come with a big rope attached to it. For example, the EDCTP, for many years, you couldn't sit in Africa and get two African countries to come together and say, this is the question we want to answer. Can you fund it? No, you must have an European counterpart. Okay? So there's no free lunch because they won't give you so much money and not be able to train their people. And they value that. Okay, the Wellcome Trust institutions have been the same. For years, have trained a lot of British scientists and recently have extended some support for African scientists. And I think the one that I was directly involved with is what they call the MIM, the Multilateral Initiative for Malaria. It's about to sink now, and we are trying to sustain it, but I don't know what will happen. But this was created in Senegal in 1997. And it served the malaria community most. Today, on the African continent, I can say without undertaking a survey that there are more scientists working in malaria than any of the tropical diseases. So many people through this initiative got funded, got trained, and allowed us to bring in several dimensions onto the platform to address the issues, the social sciences, the issues of equity, the issues of ethics, and so on, and the issues of health promotion and providing the appropriate messages. That has become a concrete foundation for the Multilateral Initiative on Malaria. And it did very well. Between 1998 and 2007, it funded 56 PIs from Africa, working in 33 institutions located in 17 African countries. Most grants involve collaboration with scientists and institutions across Europe and United States and networking within Africa. So it also had its own strings attached to them. And the money was good money. At the end of the period, they had spent about $16 million in all of these countries, and they have been able to collect this money from the contributions of other partners that you see on the left side of the slide. So MIM was good. It worked with TDR, and it produced lots of people at the PhD level, at the master's level, and also it actually brought together research into the control of the diseases of malaria. And today, we do have the second or the third phase of this whole thing that is looking at implementation research. So research to implement is also proper research. Okay? And then the other example I want to give is the Deltas for the Wellcome Trust developed a project that was to develop excellence in leadership for training in science, and it was called the Deltas by the Wellcome Trust. It spent over 60 million pounds over 5 years, 11 leading African research teams, including Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Mali, Senegal, South Africa, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. So these projects are also sources for where you can get money to undertake your research. And it's not only in these big kinds of research that is important. There have been also very important areas on what I would call the lower level, the district level activities. And let me show you the example of Navrongo. Navrongo had developed big partnerships over the years and actually had worked with many partners, the Rockefeller Population Council and so on, and has delivered a lot of research and training and the capacity and funding into research in this country. For example, these figures might have changed by now, but it trained a lot of people with PhD training and postdoc fellowships. It undertook research that impacted on health policy. You know about vitamin A, the bed nets, the chips, filariasis control in Ghana, rectal artesunate, and so on. It also had a multiplier effect of work in Navrongo on Kintampo. Professor Uhastv and co went to show up Kintampo. Professor Margaret Japong showed up and built Dodowa Research Center and so on. And they have the Division of Health Research under the Ghana Health Service has also been well supported through that. And we had very good population council, Rockefeller and IDRC were some of our great partners. Now, let's look at how these things happen. They don't happen overnight, and they are really difficult to fund. This cartoon is just to tell you the number of projects that were funded at the Health Research Center from 2001 to 2015. There are, when you start, your success rate is almost 0. Then it goes to maybe some 10% of your grants. So if you are going to get 10%, how many grants should you write? At least 10 to be able to get to what? 1. Okay? So the business of writing becomes an important issue, and you must have many people who are capable of writing. Otherwise, one person doesn't write the grants and get the studies done. So these things go up and down. The fortunate thing about Navrongo, which is different from University of Health and Allied Sciences, is that most of the staff who work there were dependent on the research grants. No research grants, no employment. Okay, here people are already employed. So they are not thinking about the fact that there will be no paycheck at the end of the month. But if you were in the situation in Navrongo, everybody tried to write a grant. Okay, and I'll show you some of the grants they wrote. So we had a vitamin A trial by David Ross and his team, and there are a whole list of them. That's the first 9. There were a lot more. And as the center developed, people left, other people filled in. So if you see this slide, there are a lot of these people on the list there I never met when I was in Navrongo. But they had to continue to write those grants, otherwise there was no paycheck. I think that was a very good incentive. When people ask me these days, how did you succeed in Navrongo? It was obvious. It's obvious that you needed to be in a research center, you must write grants and you must get funding. And when you're writing the grants, you are lucky to have a solid team that can answer that question and you can get support. So this is one good example from there. Not only did we write grants and get money, we trained a lot of people. Most of us, I got my PhD from the data there, Professor Japong, the same, Professor Uswe J, Margaret, and some of our colleagues from Switzerland and other countries all got their PhDs from here. So you can do it, it can be done. It needs work that you have to do and make sure that in those proposals you get people who are working with you to get it done. Secondly, in getting grants, there are things that you need to do. And one big one is the intersectoral collaboration. I put this slide here to remind you that what I say on this slide that involves you collaborating with people outside is the same for you here collaborating from School of Medicine and School of Pharmacy. It's the same rules. If you don't collaborate, your proposals will not be strong enough and they will not meet the competition. When you collaborate, you will look at this question from different angles that will convince any reviewer that you are the place, this is the place to go to get this study done. So let's come forward to what is happening in Ghana, apart from Navrongo, and the way forward. In Ghana, we have tons of research needs. We are developing. In fact, the one that came to my mind this morning that I was laughing when I was on my way here was, we just had a free SHS, our flagship program, no research. You see, we can't deliver it. If there had been some research to find how do we deliver this with our resources, even food that we have eaten in schools when I was a child, we can't feed the SHS students. That is what research is about. People could have found a solution, multiple solutions on how this should be done. Okay, so as we develop, we need Many things to be done in access, delivery, our population concerns, our behavioral change communication, monitoring interventions, monitoring progress and good practices. I mean, you just name it. We are here, but we don't care. Okay, you will see why I am forcefully talking about we don't care. Our partners over the years had fought with most national governments, and we had come to some agreement that national budgets should have 2% of the total health expenditure, not the budget, total health expenditure to be allocated for research. Is this difficult? Yes, we have not allocated any money to research. But we have the interventions and we are struggling to deliver them. There's a need for research to be able to what? Deliver those interventions we pay for. International agreements. We had agreed at the global level that 5% of support to the health sector should be retained for research. No, politicians won't hear of that. You can put it in your chart. Immediately the money gets to the Ministry of Finance, they are determining how the money should be spent. Okay? So we've had all these thought through programs, hoping that something will happen with our funding for research. That has not happened. Now, let's look at one area that really is a disaster as we speak now. We fought to get the GET fund, the Ghana Educational Trust Fund, and this fund was supposed to support tertiary education. Today, I'm sure if you ask the Vice Chancellor how much they've got from GET fund recently, it will be a very small amount of money. In fact, it's not new money, it's money to deal with things that are already been started. As at 2016, we had collected almost 5 billion Ghana cedis. 5 billion. And nobody accounts to anybody how that 5 billion was spent. Okay? Today, the GET fund has been capped. There's a certain amount you can give to the educational institutions. And even that money is being sent to the senior high schools. So virtually get nothing from there. But this is an area where, for the educational institutions, even if they were taking 10% of this money into a research fund to train people to solve the problems that we have. They are solving problems, they are solving questions, and they will make our interventions more cost effective. So here comes the statement of my good friend, Professor Kwame Boateng. When the government changed in 2017, he was made the minister for science, technology, and whatever, environmental science and technology. And this is a statement. So far, the amount of money dedicated to research and development is just about 0.025% of GDP. If I were in that meeting, I would tell him to show us the facts. I don't think it's point anything, unless they are calculating the salaries of the researchers. Okay, maybe the salaries of the researchers they are paying. Because if you had 0.025% of GDP, that is a lot of money. And you must have a mechanism to share it. As I speak today, I don't know any mechanism established by Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Am I wrong? Does anybody know how you can access money from Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology? Then he goes on to say, but our president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has promised to increase it to 1% in accordance with what the AU says. Okay? So you can imagine that nothing has happened. I hope he comes to give us, he's no more there, so it will be Dr. Afriye who will tell us how much has been allocated to the research fund. I don't think the research fund exists, but I might be wrong. So if we don't put in money to undertake research, how are we going to answer the questions? So we are not poor. And the amounts of money we are talking about will not collapse the country, but it will make it better. Finally, let me give you a few other things about funding research in our country. Take the Global Fund for HIV, TB, and malaria. Professor Ansah and Co have worked with this group for a very long time. I have avoided them like a plague because from the beginning, they were not interested in allocating money for research. And I don't see how you bring those commodities here and deliver them. With what method? They're just coming to throw them away. So the good news is that between 2003 and 2017, a total of almost $1 billion has been earmarked for our country. 1 billion. Year after year, we've got parts of this money, and in this period, we've had 1 billion. If they had agreed that by the global conventions, 5% of this money is reserved for research, we wouldn't be standing here saying that there's no research for, there's no money for research in our country. But that is what the situation is. The ministers, in fact, today in the Ministry of Health, the project managers are no more in charge of the funds. The Minister for Health himself is the one who has to approve any expenditure on these funds. And I hope he will go and read the history of Uganda on the GET fund. Anyway, this is just a cartoon showing you how this has been done. Now, I'm coming to an end now. The way forward, I think the universities should arrange to have government match their research funds. What does that mean? If Uhas generates $1 million, the government should agree that I will give you $1 million or $2 million. It depends on what they want. But they must match it. So when we raise money from outside the country, this must be matched. This is not new. In the United Kingdom, every research grant that the universities get from outside the UK, there are matching grants. So when you are in a project with the London School, for example, they want the money to pass through their institution because they will get what? The matching funds. I also think that the older universities should seek and get autonomy from the government. This is not very popular, but I think it's time University of Ghana, University of Science and Technology, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and the University of Cape Coast move off and run their business so that they can fund research. They have enough facilities going nowhere. The younger universities will know that someday we will have to what? Split off and we have to be on our own. I also think that we need to create endowment funds to run our institutions, to support research and support brilliant but poor and needy students through our endowment funds. We will get very good students. That's what our colleagues do in the US and the UK. There's no reason why we shouldn't start that. We need to do something about that very quickly. And without that, I don't think we are going to make so much progress. Finally, I think that the university should revise criteria for leadership positions in the university. I don't think many people will accept it, but I think heads of department, deans, directors of schools and institutes in future should include consideration of quantum of funds that are raised. It's not Fred Binker saying it. In most advanced economies, where research grants are there plenty. Everybody, in fact, half of your staff are on what? Project funds. So if you don't raise money, half of your department will not show up in the next year. So I think this consideration should be thought of, and that's my suggestion. It might not be the ideal thing. I'll jump this one and I come back to my conclusion, which you have read already. High quality biomedical research capacity building is serious and important business. Ghana and Africa has not done much. We can do it, and we must start now. My acknowledgements to the following people. I just added the last bullet, Dr. Robert Al-Hassan, International Programs, did send me a few slides for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Would you want to? So thank you very much, Professor Benka. Those are thought-provoking statements that gives a wide spectrum of various things, some history, some things we could do moving forward. I won't attempt to go through his slides again, but we are 1 hour over time. We will allow time for at least 2 questions so that he would be able to answer these questions. Can we have questions either from the audience online or from... I have one hand here. Can I have another hand? Any other hand? Okay, let's give her the microphone first. Any other question? Yes, I have a second hand. Can we please give them the microphone? Please. Please give them the microphone.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I want to ask in connection with grants from pharma and food companies. Nestle.
Can you repeat that? It was a bit silent. What do you want to ask of? Whether you should get grants from them?
How do you ensure, first, that you don't get into any ethical conflicts? 2, some journals will not accept a manuscript that...
So just hold it.
Thank you. Please, a quick one. So how do you ensure that you don't get into ethical issues? And then some of them, they...
Okay. Okay. So that's a good question. It's obvious that you are in the food industry, and it's not only the people in the food industry, but also we've had many challenges with the pharmaceutical industry over the issues of ethics and so on. But I think these days we've covered those grounds adequately. First of all, there are so many journals that if one journal doesn't want to publish your data from Novartis, you go to the next one. Simple. But the part of it that is really important is that globally we've decided that some of the studies, say for example, if it was a clinical trial on food, it must be registered before it is undertaken. And from time to time, the registry people will follow you up to find whether you are publishing. And the idea was to make sure that negative results also find themselves into the journals, because we've made decisions mainly on almost every research being positive. And the pharmaceutical industry tends to hide the studies that they've done that are negative. Okay? So you have to organize that easily. I think Novartis and then Nestle and others have wised up, because if they mount a campaign against them, they lose heavily. So these days, you need to get your grants and make sure you read the small print. The small print must include allowing you as a scientist to publish the results. The results you publish are not the results of your donor. They are the results of what? The scientists. Okay? So the donor might go to a meeting and say, I don't subscribe to the findings of that study. That is what is available now to make sure that those practices of the past are no longer there. In fact, even Africa now has a registry in South Africa to register some of these products. Number two, practically, if you are having a problem like that, you look at your team. You buy people into your team that can take on Novartis and Nestle. You see, that's where the team comes in. I didn't have time to explain all of that. The team doesn't necessarily mean only you and the people working with you. Most studies, we go to buy the members of the team. I remember when we sent another grant to the Gates Foundation for the INES, we formed a partnership with STI, Swiss Tropical Institute, WHO, CDC in Atlanta, and the London School. So all the partners who could have competed with us became part of the team. And that's why we got the money. And for the first time in my life, I remember sending money to CDC. It never heard of. Can you imagine? So we had the money and we had to fund American CDC. The first money that arrived there created a lot of confusion, because they had no in their rules, they couldn't see how they could get money from some small institution in Ghana. But it was money. It was good money, over $250,000. They finally took the money. Thank you very much, Prof, for this very illuminating and educative presentation. You did show us some lists of people who had benefited from various grants, including doctoral studies and things like that. And the challenge we have in the academic institutions, rather than in research institutes, is that, as you rightly said, we are funded publicly. And we keep getting students coming and wanting to do postgraduate studies. And the worry that some of us have, and we have actually written, Analati and I published a paper this year on that very issue, is how do we actually grow research and good quality research when students come into postgraduate training without funding, especially for PhD? That is I don't know what your views are on that. Thank you. Very good question. Yeah, there is that challenge, and I think it's a real challenge. In Europe and in America, this week I saw a WhatsApp message with a Ghanaian student in Boston. He was looking for PhD students to join his team, and he had their allowances, which will pay the professors here in Ghana, and there will be change. You know, he had listed very important figures. It was very open, and this was a young man. He put his picture there, and he's looking for a PhD student who was interested in the IT field. Okay, we'll get there. The issue is that we are not undertaking the investigator-driven research. When you apply for an RFA for the donor-driven research, the sums of money, so it's probably difficult to be able to put in for the PhDs, okay? But if we were to do a collaborative among the schools to answer a question and somebody was willing to buy into that, you will see that the cost of doing that study is big and the money needed for the PhD student is so small that nobody will complain. But if we continue to do me alone research, then the sums of money we will get are not enough to go beyond achieving the goals that you expect. But we must do that. In the past, it was a country that used to give the universities. I mean, I remember when I came to Legon, they had 5-year budgets. So people who got first class were automatic members of the department. And somehow or the other, they go to do their PhD. Those things have disappeared now. And we have to go back and get them going. My problem is that, and maybe I'm biased, but I think that the control of money spent in most of these areas should be under the ministries that are supposed to work on these things. So if it was under Ministry of Education, we can mount a fight with the Minister for Education about how he shares the money. But if we have to go to finance, they will not even listen to us. You know, so you have to be able to meet the Minister of Finance. But the Minister for Education must meet us because he's our minister. If we separate these issues, we might make a headway. So we'll get there, but we have to try.
Once again, we want to thank you very much, Professor Vinka, for such an insightful lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. So it's now time for the presentations, and this session will be moderated by the Dean of School of Pharmacy, a former Pro-Vice Chancellor of this university. He's currently the Dean of School of Pharmacy. It's in the person of Professor T.C. Fletcher. Shall we put our hands together for him?
Mauli. Is Mauli around? He's looking for the file. Okay, good morning, colleagues. We should have started at is it 9? And no, 11:30. 10. Okay. All right. So we will call the presenters to come upstage, and then they will present. We'll give them a few minutes for questions, and then we will try and finish within the allocated for us. We have Dr. Kudu, and then we have Joy Nyako. We have Kekeli Adanu. And then we have Fortress Aku. Okay. Hibetamu. Okay, Hibetamu. All right. So we have 4 presentations, and we'll start with Dr. Kudu, who will take us through his presentation titled Characterization of Pectin from the waste stream of 3 Cucurbitaceae species. He will explain all that to us. Don't worry if you hear big words. So, Dr. Kudu.
Good morning. So I'm Fidelis Bodo from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. So in this study, we want to answer that small question of how to find some treasure in the trash that is around us. So we are looking at the waste stream of Cucurbitaceae species to harvest some pectins from them. So the presentation would follow this outline. So globally, fruit and vegetables accounts for the highest food waste, and the agriculture sector significantly contributes to these food wastes. We take the case of waste on Cucurbitaceae farms, especially in Techiman, Sunyanin, where it is predominantly cultivated. Most often, over 90% of that fruit is wasted to just harvest some seeds, which is just about 1 to 2%, popularly known as agushi. And we have so many varieties of it, and it finds useful applications in food. So a lot of waste is generated on the farms. So the purpose of this research was to characterize the pulp waste from 3 of the species, and then isolate some active pectins for applications in food systems. So we cultivated the different species at Chito in the Volta region, harvested, took off the pulp, size reduced, and then oven dried. Then we fully characterized the raw material in terms of its proximate composition and some antioxidant phenolics, so that we know what we were dealing with and what to use it for. Then we extracted pectins using an acid treatment method. We looked at the varied macromolecular properties. Then we also focused on one of the varieties, which is Max Melon, looked at it under different drying conditions and studied the properties. With data analysis, depending on data we are looking at, we either use the ANOVA or a t-test. So results from the Proximate study indicated that if we take carbohydrate content of the pectins, it was very high. Of the raw material, which is the waste, was very high, indicating that we would be able to harvest some polysaccharides, which are pectins, from that raw material. And pumpkins gave us the highest yield of pectins of about 13.87%. We looked at some structural characterizations to identify some useful functional groups that are present. So we used the FTIR, where we identified peaks around the regions of 3,000 showing OH, vibrations, the CH groups around 2,000. For pectin research, peaks that stems from the region of 900 to around 1,000 to give us what we call a carbohydrate fingerprints, confirming that the pectins are carbohydrate. And we use peaks around 1,600 and 1,007 to look at degree of esterification. So we again confirmed some major groups using the NMR, both proton and then carbon, and identified galacturonic acid, rhamnose, and the acetyl group of compounds as a component of our pectins, and this was confirmed by our carbon NMR studies. In terms of Max Melon pectin, which was dried, the pulp was dried under different conditions. We wanted to investigate the effect of that drying on some of the characteristics of the polysaccharides that are extracted. And we noticed that if you look at the degree of esterification, they were above 50, so we call them the high methoxyl pectins. And they find useful applications in food systems. In terms of functional characteristics, we're looking at the water holding capacity and oil holding capacity, and they were all significantly high, indicating that pectins from these Cucurbitaceae species could be utilized as thickness, as emulsifiers, stabilizers, gelling agents in food systems. So in summary, the Cucurbitaceae agro waste were rich in carbohydrate, and we isolated functional pectins from there. The pectins were high methoxyl pectins, and they can be utilized as gelling agents, thickness, and emulsifiers in both food and non-food systems. I'm grateful to the Uhas Research Fund for providing money for this work. My research team, we are grateful, and the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. Thank you.
Thank you for spending a short time to present this. The floor is open. The floor is open for questions. Yes. Professor.
So thank you very much for the very clear presentation, and I never knew about Agushi in that form. I've seen Agushi before, but I never knew how it got there. My question has to do with the carbohydrate content seem to be much, much higher than the pectins. So why will you ignore the
We fully characterized the raw material. So even for mushroom growers feeding of livestock, once they have this data, it serves as a substrate for them to be utilized.
Thank you very much, Fidelis. Nice piece of work. Apart from this forum, have you disseminated this information to any industry, any group of people? Thank you.
As regards this particular study, we have published just the study on just the max melon, but the main substance of the study, what I'm planning to do is to do an extended version where I do characterization, molecular weight, and other things. So I'm taking my time so that once I have a very strong full component of data, I can move on with that.
That you can share. By the time you take your time, somebody who is faster than you would have done this and would have disseminated, and that person will get the patents or the glory for work that is done. So don't wait another year or two to do the refined one. This is even enough to share with potential users of the work so that at least your name is there and people know that you have started this and you are doing follow-up. Prof. Binka talked about starting with something small and then getting bigger funding. If you share this with them and they are interested, they may be able to fund you for the bigger one that you want to do. Okay, thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Again, just to follow up from the first two questioners, and going back to the issue of the total carbohydrate, you have isolated the pectins, but then there may be, I can see potential uses for the other non-starch polysaccharides that you found. So this is just for you to think about other possibilities, even though your focus at the moment is on the pectins. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for this very exciting expose. From your presentation, I realized that the yield comparing drying in the oven and then a sun the sunlight was giving a much higher yield than using the oven. And I think the oven is something you can regulate. Were you able to determine the threshold or the best temperature using the oven that can give you an equally higher yield? Because if you are going to rely on the sun-dried, in times you don't have enough sunlight, you could not produce as much as you wish. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. We didn't vary the oven conditions. We just dried at one temperature. I think that was 60 degrees Celsius. Now, we brought in the solar because it is an expensive venture. So if you want to move into econometrics, then you are looking at the sunshine in Africa free. So how can we access that to dry and then decrease cost? And you would notice, yes, there's a difference, but not significant based on from statistics, the independent t-test we did.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kudo, for that excellent presentation. The next presentation is going to be given by Joy Ato Nyako. And he's presenting on assessing and engaging language minority populations in health research, the experiences of early career researchers.
Like me. Like me. Good morning, as Prof said. As Prof rightly said, my name is Joy Nyako, and I want to share the experiences that we had undertaking a particular research with language minority population, together with the other names as you can find on the slide. So accessing and engaging language minority population in health research, our experiences. This will be the outline of the presentation from introduction through to some selected references. It is very crucial when you want to engage communities to always seek access. In majority of the cases, without proper access negotiations, you won't be able to have access to the participant of interest or population of interest that you want to do the project with them. And that brings in the issue of culture, the norms, the values, what the society holds dear within any particular area that you may want to do that research. And so the various protocols that are necessary would have to be followed. Usually in research methods, we have what we want to go and do, but with social research, especially in fieldwork, you go and things are not as you envisage it would be. And so you would have to renegotiate a lot of the things that you earlier stated that you may want to do. So issue with the entry, acceptance in the community to do your interviews and all that, through to how you exit and then come back for dissemination of whatever that you have been able to gather. And so basically, this is a recount of what happened. So we just want to recount the entry experience, getting on, exiting, and then re-entry for dissemination. But I can't also go on without giving a background of the actual study for which we want to share the experience. It was qualitative, and we wanted to look into the challenges that language minority population face in accessing healthcare services within Volta region. Largely, it is held that in Volta, like people speak Ewe, but that isn't the case. There are other language minority population which speak different languages, Lugba, Sideme, and all Tigbo, and all that. And these are people who also seek healthcare services within the bigger hospitals that we find in the region. So it was qualitative in two language minority populations, that is Tafi and Vane, those two traditional areas. Purposive sample was used to select community members and convenience sample to get through to the healthcare practitioners, face-to-face interviews, and then we engage in thematic analysis. But since we want to share the experience so that it would give early career researchers an idea of what should expect, we made use of Buchanan and colleagues' four-stage access model, where Buchanan and colleagues make mention of getting in, getting on with the people, getting out, and then getting back. So I was actually happy when Prof was talking about dissemination. It's very necessary. Sometimes we get back. So with the getting in, we had to negotiate access. With the community access negotiation, a lot of issues happened where chiefs were not around. So we had to talk to regents to give us access. Culturally approved means were adhered to. It was very necessary. At a point, we thought that just speaking to them, explaining the project to them would allow us entry. But that wasn't the case. It was stalled because we still had to get through to the chief and not the regent to get into some of the communities. With the hospitals, I mean, showing the ethical clearance from IHR, which we are thankful for, made us get there. So ethical clearance was sought from them, introduction, and then we got in there. The initial contacts with the people, we realized that informal connections to enter into communities are very important. Informal connection in the sense where you try to get aid within the communities who knows the community very well to act more of double agent to help you, the researcher, and also be interested in whatever is going to happen within the community. And so he actually led a lot of the issues when it came to negotiating entry. So actual entry was then granted. But then we had issues with ethics again with one of the hospitals because we didn't envisage that Margaret McCart Hospital, which was under CHAC, would require us to also go to CHAC for ethical clearance. We thought that, okay, we have ethical clearance from IHR, we are good to go. So that actually was one of the bottlenecks. You know, some of the ethics committees will have different formats for you to present your protocol. So we had to make some adjustments here and there and all that. And so it took us a while. It was during COVID-19. So you could imagine a lot of traveling up and down. And this is something that as early career researchers, we didn't envisage. We didn't have any idea that we would face that as well. So COVID-19 came in, time was delayed. And the issue of language, because it was a language minority population, it was quite difficult to when the aid isn't around and we get into the communities, it's quite difficult sometimes with the communication with the people and all that. And so we were able to get in successfully. And then at the sampling stage, purposive sampling, but at a point we had to then augment with snowballing because the research methods were clear. This is what we want to do, but you get to the field, you would have to make modifications and later effect those modifications in the final write-up. We needed help with the conduction of interviews with the community members. But one thing was that we then had to train health workers, which we didn't consider doing, but we had to train them so that they could do the interviews when their colleagues were free. Because we get there and then they are busy attending to patients, they are not making time for us. So we had to look for example, Hohoi Regional Hospital, we got 2 people, we had to train them on how to do the interviews, record, and then make us get the interview file and all that. And so that was done because we couldn't do the interviews ourselves. And the issue with compensation, we know very well that in research, sometimes it's a dicey issue in field research to deal with compensation. And so with that, we tried as much as we can because not to give out any compensation because it may influence the results of the study. It may influence the results of the study. And so there also we face challenges still with the interview language and the issue of making that we are not giving anything that may influence the results. And then in getting out of the community, we realized that the community members, the hospital wasn't that easy moving out of the hospital. But when we finished data collection and we're trying to get out of the communities, we realized that we still needed the aid to help out. Because the aide then explained that we are done, yes, but you can't just leave the community. We need to still go back through the same gatekeeper who allowed us entry. Other than that, we may not be able to come back. And so we went through the same process again, culturally approved means of exiting. Thank you, chief. Thank you, regent. All those things were done. And then we left. But there were instances, a challenge where the community members actually were more interested in the study. Yes, we have challenges. Sometimes when we go, I could remember a gentleman said he forcefully had to remove his tooth because he went to the hospital with toothache. He was trying to speak his language, that's the Sideme, he wasn't understood. And no one within the hospital could speak that language. And so he went back to the community, made use of herbal medicine, forcefully removed the tooth. But these are some of the challenges. So the question, when are you guys coming back? We have a lot of health problems. And then we have to tell them the reality. It's with money, research funding. We need the money before we can come. And so those are some of the challenges that when we were getting out, we had to face. Now, in getting back for dissemination, with the hospitals, it was just a report given that, oh, this is what we found, and all that. But with the community, we had to meet with them in their community center and then do the dissemination. And so the aid was very important in getting the letters and various information across to the people to come for the dissemination. So the stakeholder invitation was done. We engaged in the dissemination closure. But the challenge with the dissemination, which we didn't even budget or plan for, should I say, it's exceeded the budget, was that people came, they needed refreshment. Because they sat throughout the meeting, we had to tell them what we found and all that. So financial cost was there. And then the date for the dissemination was also a problem because some of the community members, example, the CHIPS compound within the Van community, we needed the health worker to be there. She had to give her time. The traditional area, the chief for the traditional area, is that paramount? He has to also give us his time. Those were some of the issues, the challenges we had with that. But as part of the dissemination, we also have a paper with the Ghana Medical Journal currently under review. And so ethics are very important, yes. But there are issues, sometimes you have to get multiple ethical clearances, depending on what you are going to do, which we didn't envisage, but we faced. And so the importance of informal contact, as I've mentioned, is key in gaining access, because if we always want to go with the formality, it might actually drag in terms of time. And so negotiation then was localized in the sense that we had to make sure that the aid led everything whilst we provided the technical support to get through. All right, so cross-language data collection, whenever you are doing a community research with language minority, is something that it will be a challenge, especially if you are not a native speaker of the language, which has been found by other researchers as well. And because of the language, the issue of transcription, we had to then get other people, train them who could speak the language to help out with the transcription. We got out, research shows that it's very necessary that you do the right things before you move out of the community, and always make sure that you go through the same process that you used to enter the community to get out. Dissemination, very important, research has shown. And so there was wide acknowledgement that engaging societies from which you did the research is very important. But based on this research, there's something that we have to understand. As early career researchers, we were thinking, is it possible that nationally there could be a central database of approved protocols, such that if you go to another institution, they could just go through the database, oh, you have ethical clearance, that's fine, you could move on. Is that possible? Is it not? What are some of the issues? So we recommend, if it's possible, it could be looked at. It could be looked at. And profiling communities are very important, because we profiled, all right, but we went there and realized that within the profile we did, we left out some things which we didn't consider very important in the proposal writing stages. And so these are some selected references, and we want to say thank you to IHR for funding that research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He exceeded his time. Please sit down. I didn't want to stop him because the things that he was bringing up were very interesting. I will ask that you note your questions. We'll move on. And at the end of the day, we'll ask those questions that you want to ask. The next presentation will be done by Kekeli. And it's on comparing the effectiveness and lubricity of a novel shear lubricant to 2% lidocaine gel for digital rectal examination and non-inferiority trial.
So good morning, everyone. Kekeli Kojuadanu from the School of Medicine. And I'm presenting on comparing the effectiveness and lubricity of a novel shear lubricant to 2% lidocaine gel for digital rectal examination and non-inferiority trial. So about 2 years ago, we embarked on a journey to find a substitute to medical lubricants that are imported into this country. And this led us to the development of a lubricant from shea butter, which we call the shear lubricant. So to test the efficacy of this lubricant, we compared it to a standardized lubricant, which is 2% lidocaine gel in a non-inferiority trial. And this is what we are reporting on. So the outline of my presentation, I'll give a brief background. I'll look at the rationale for using shea butter. We'll look at the objectives, hypothesis, the trial design, ethical considerations. We'll look at the trial process, the results, the limitations, and a brief conclusion. So by way of background, medical lubricants are very important in the care process. They are very important to the doctors, surgeons, and they are used for different procedures. They are used for digital rectal examination. They are used for passing urethral catheters, passing the esophageal tubes, and so on. And there are a number of these lubricants on the Ghanaian markets, including KY gel, lidocaine gel, paraffin oil, and so on. But the problem with these lubricants is that they are procured at very high costs. And they also, the procurement is associated with delays. And this means that the products are not always available to the doctor. And because of this, doctors resort to the usage of inappropriate ways to deal with this. These include the usage of soapy water, plain water, chlorhexidine solution. The crude sterilized, non-sterilized shea butter is also used in a number of hospitals. And our search of the literature shows that there's no data at all on the use of shea butter as a medical lubricant. And this all necessitated our study. So the question is, why should we use shea butter and not any other raw material? So shea butter is known to have an oily constituent, and there's constituents which are similar to some of the lubricants used. So it contains glycerol, which is also found in KY gel. So this material is readily available in Ghana. It's a material which is locally sourced, the cheap material. This material which has already been used in the medical industry is used in treatment of dermatological conditions because of its anti-inflammatory property, and also used in the cosmetic industry as well. There's a product which is already being used as a staple cooking oil in the northern part of Ghana and the Sahelian regions as well. So for us, this product, which is locally produced, widely available, when it is adequately processed, it may serve as a non-inferior substitute. So this led us to the development of a lubricant from shea butter, which we call the shear lubricant. So this product was developed from fine shear or lean, that's the shear oil. We added an acrylic acid polymer, an emulsifier, and preservatives. It was sterilized by heating and stored in a sealed collapsible tube. And the picture on your left shows the lubricants that we developed. So our general objective is to compare the level of lubricity, the complications, the pain reduction effects of this lubricant to 2% lidocaine gel. So we assess for differences, the ease of use and lubricity. We assess for differences in the pain perception using what's known as the visual analog scale. And this scale is validated to use in assessment of pain. And it's a scale ranging from 0 to 10. 0 means no pain, and 10 means the worst imaginable pain that the patient can feel. So, and we also compare the complications related to the use of the Shear lubricant to lidocaine gel. So for a non-inferiority trial, we need to determine what's known as the non-inferiority margin. And for our study, we estimated this to be minus 0.72. This through a number of convoluted statistical methods. But to understand what non-inferiority actually means, let's just assume that for our trial, we had a non-inferiority margin of 1. So for the standardized lubricants with the 2% lidocaine gel, if it's able to reduce the worst imaginable pain from 10 to 5, that means that it has a pain reduction effect of 5. For our lubricants with the Shear lubricant to be said to be non-inferior, it should be able to reduce the pain levels from the worst imaginable pain, which is 10, to at least 6, giving a gap of 1. Okay. If it's able to reduce the pain from, say, 10 to 7, there's a gap of 2. But our non-inferiority margin was 1. That means that our product was really inferior. I hope you get the difference. Okay. So we went on to define our null hypothesis. And this is that the mean pain difference is greater than the non-inferiority margin of minus 0.72. And the alternate hypothesis that the mean pain difference is less than minus 0.72. Went on to look at our primary outcomes, which is to estimate the mean pain difference with a non-inferiority margin of minus 0.72. We'll look at our secondary outcome measures, the level of discomfort, level of perianal pruritus, level of bowel and urinary urgency. And this we estimated using a Likert scale. We also assess the ease of use and lubricity of the lubricant. So this is a randomized single-blind non-inferiority trial done at the emergency surgical and urological unit of the whole teaching hospital. We got ethical clearance from the Research and Ethics Committee. We registered our trial with the Pan-African Clinical Trial Registry in South Africa. We also registered it with the Food and Drugs Authority. They also have a clinical trial registry. So we registered it there as well. The investigational product, which is the Shear lubricant, was tested by the Ghana Standards Authority. So they did microbiological and physiochemical testing of the lubricant. So we involved male and female patients between 18 and 80 years of age for whom a DRE is indicated. We excluded those with painful anal conditions and those who were too ill to communicate. So our trial was designed to randomly allocate 153 patients with a 90% sensitivity, assuming the lower limit of the 95% confidence interval was within a pre-specified boundary of minus 0.72, a mean pain perception difference. So we had 2 treatment arms. That's the Shear lubricant arm and the 2% lidocaine gel arm. For the trial process, we recruited 2 trial nurses and 8 trial doctors to ensure quality of data. We trained them in protocol administration, data collection, seeking informed consent, safe disposal of the waste. And we using a clinical trial randomization tool. We randomized 75 to Shear lubricant and 78 to lidocaine gel, where our participants were blinded to a lubricant use. We started recruitment on the 15th of June and ended on the 19th of August, 2021. So this just summarizes the trial process. We involved 923 patients. 770 were excluded for various reasons. So we randomized 153, 75 to Shear lubricant, 78 to 2% lidocaine gel. For our analysis, we involved 151, 74 for Shear lubricant and 77 for 2% lidocaine gel. And we excluded 1 from each group due to incomplete data sets. So this summarizes socio-demographic characteristics. So the average is 63 years of age. About 75% of our patients were married. 90% had some level 92% were Christians, and 56% were engaged in some form of economic activity. Now, for our primary outcome measure, which is the pain perception, we assess pain perception before, immediately after the digital rectal examination, and 30 minutes after the procedure. And we didn't find any difference between the 2 lubricants. But this really does not confirm non-inferiority. So we move on and look at our non-inferiority margin, which is minus 0.72. So at the end of our trial, we had the mean pain difference of minus 0.01 with a 95% confidence interval of minus 0.595 to 0.579. And these were all above the non-inferiority margin. And this really confirmed the non-inferiority of the Shear lubricant to the standardized lubricants. We look at our secondary measures, and we look at the perianal discomfort, the level of perianal pruritus, bowel agency, and urinary agency. And we didn't find any difference except for bowel agency, which was worse for Shear lubricants 30 minutes after the procedure. So if you look at the p-value, the last p-value on the diagram label 3, you see that the p-value is 0.018, and this was significant. We also looking at the lubrication effect and the ease of use, and we found that the Shear lubricant had better ease of use and better lubricating effect compared to the standardized lubricants. So for our study, we are able to confirm the non-inferiority of the Shear lubricant to 2% lidocaine gel. For our secondary outcomes, they were all similar, except for the bowel agency, where the Shear lubricant resulted in a higher edge of bowel agency 30 minutes after the procedure. And the Shear lubricant had a better lubricity and ease of use when it was assessed by the clinicians. And limitations of our study, the main limitations we found was that it was difficult blinding the doctors who were involved because of the different consistency of the lubricant we use. The Shear lubricant had a higher density. It was a little bit denser compared to the 2% lidocaine gel, so it was difficult blinding them. And we also thought that it may be important to have this study done in larger cohorts to further assess the efficacy of this lubricant in other procedures such as urethral catheterization. So in conclusion, our novel Shear lubricant achieved similar level of pain reduction as obtained with 2% lidocaine gel and had a better ease of performance and lubricity. Complications were similar except for bowel agency, which was worse for the Shear lubricant 30 minutes after the procedure. Thank you very much. These are my references, and these are my team members. Our trial was also sponsored by the Uhas Research Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kekeli. We'll take our last presentation, after which we'll try and create time for all the questions that you have. So please put your questions down. The next will be given by Hubert, and this is on predictions of uncontrolled hypertension among hypertensives receiving care at the Hohoe Municipal Hospital.
All right. Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Hubert Amo, and I'm presenting on the predictors of uncontrolled hypertension among hypertensives receiving care at the Hohoe Municipal Hospital. The study is part of a larger project we did between myself and colleagues from the Binka School of Public Health, and these are the team members, Fortress, Martin, and then Prof. Kweku. Now, this is what I'm presenting on. The introduction, we have the methods, results and discussion, conclusion, recommendations, dissemination, and then acknowledgements. Now, what we are doing falls under chronic non-communicable diseases, and they are becoming the challenge now. About 41 million deaths are recorded annually, and this constitutes about 71% of all deaths globally. So that makes it a major issue. And in terms of hypertension, it's a major issue of public health concern, even in Ghana. For instance, studies have shown that over 48% of adults in Ghana have hypertension. And then it is present in almost all comorbidities that are recorded by studies that have been done in the past, as well as a major risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. But what is hypertension? For the sake of those who might not know what it is, this is basically when your blood pressure gets beyond a certain limit, and then we'll look at that briefly. Now, this is how hypertension occurs. I'm sure they will share the slides. And so for the sake of those who don't really understand, would read to get more clarity on that. But that is how hypertension happens. I've been given a shorter time, so I don't want to belabor the point. I will go ahead to look at what I mentioned. So the focus of our study was on the red one. That is when it gets beyond 140 for the systolic. That is, measurement of hypertension has two things that we look out for. When you go to the hospital, for instance, and they measure your BP, there are two things the expert is looking for: your systolic blood pressure and then the diastolic. And so we are saying that the first one, which is the systolic, when it's above 140 or the diastolic being 90 or above, then we describe you as having uncontrolled hypertension. That means that you probably have been put on treatment, but then you are not doing anything to make sure that you are in control, or that is how you presented to the hospital. Now, studies have shown that blood pressure control among hypertensives, and by hypertensives, we are talking about people who have been diagnosed and are on treatment, is poor. And then this results in uncontrolled hypertension, as I mentioned earlier. Now, a previous study done by Kweku et al. In 2017 found a prevalence of 52.6% of hypertension being uncontrolled among their participants. And so this is a cause for worry. And based on that, we went on to do this study to look at the factors that predict this high level of uncontrolled hypertension, which is just a repeat of the topic as our objective. Now, the study was cross-sectional. As I mentioned, the larger study is a cohort study, which we implemented over a longer duration. But this data I'm presenting now was just the baseline as part of many papers that we have put out on this project. So this particular one was cross-sectional at the baseline. And then it was done, as I mentioned, then the Hoho Municipal Hospital, which is now the Volta Regional Hospital. And then, of course, it was among people who were Then those who had secondary or tertiary level of education, as well as those who were in the lower income brackets, had the higher proportions in terms of those we sampled. Now to the main findings that we want to highlight, the predictors of uncontrolled hypertension. We found that this increased with level of education, and by way of discussion could be linked to the fact that when the education increases, we take up jobs that possibly make us so busy that sometimes you don't even remember to eat food, not to talk of take your medications. And so that could lead to you not being able to adhere to your medication, leading to you getting to the uncontrolled status. Then we also found that those who had higher incomes were less likely to be in the uncontrolled hypertensive status. What it implies is that those without any income were higher in terms of having uncontrolled hypertension. And this, by way of discussion, could mean that because of unemployment and possibly being frustrated with life, they are already thinking of other things. And so, you know, when your mental state is not very okay, you are thinking of so many other things that can also affect some of these things. And then, of course, it also results in compliance to medication. I'm thinking of all things and you are telling me to take medication. What am I using the medication for? What am I even alive for when life doesn't mean anything to me? And so these we are saying will be some of the discussions as found in previous studies to be the reason why those in the lower or no income bracket will be having a higher possibility in that bracket. The last variable, there were various variables that were in the study, but I'm only presenting the ones that were significant. So we did a chi-square analysis, and based on the level of significance that we pulled it into the regression analysis, and from the crude odds ratio, then we put it into the adjusted odds. So what I'm presenting is the adjusted odds, considering that there are other variables that could inform any relationship we are looking at between two variables. That is what the adjusted odds ratio means. So in terms of number of antihypertensives people take, we are saying that those who have 2 or 3 medications put together to give them their prescription had higher odds of being recording uncontrolled hypertension compared to those who have 1 drug. And this we are interpreting to mean that when you have many drugs, the complexities of taking them, and then you probably even forgetting about some of them, you are not able to take them. And then, of course, that could lead to you getting to the uncontrolled status. Conclusion and recommendations. We are saying that these are the key predictors of uncontrolled hypertension as we found in our study. And these have implications. The world at large is gearing towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are saying that if these continue, we are not able to meet that target of reducing mortality from these chronic non-communicable diseases, of which hypertension is a major risk factor. And so that is a source of concern to our study team. But how do we make progress towards achieving the SDG goal in the face of the results we found? We could intensify public education. We are public health officers, experts, and so this is where our attention always is to increase public education on the issue. And then because of the factors that we found to be the key predictors, highlight it among the educators, the educated, and those with multiple antihypertensive drugs. When we finished the study, we did some dissemination at the hospital. We did it among some communities as well. And these are pictures of some of the dissemination activities we did. That's the colleague who was presenting the findings. And then we also did some radio program where we went on VOV radio and then spoke to the public, because we talked about public education as our recommendation. So we tried to make sure that we execute that, at least in the first instance, ourselves. What is not here is the fact that we have about 2 publications that are under review, both with +1, and very soon we'll get them out published. Thank you very much. Of course, we have to thank Uhas Research Fund for giving us the money for this grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hubert. I've been told that there are so many questions from our colleagues who are online. So can we take their questions first?
The first one. So there is a question on Zoom. So I want to take it. The question says, thanks for the presentation on the language and healthcare. My questions are: 1, what informed the sampling method used as what was planned later resulted in using snowballing? I take it again. Say, what informed the sampling method used as what was planned later resulted in using snowballing? Then 2, was a pretest of the tools for data collection done earlier to shape the study to minimize the variations encountered in the field? Then there's another question from Bright Diapem. He says, to Dr. Kekeli and team, congrats on the work done. It's an interesting research work, especially to us in the clinical field. The question is, was the position of clients and clinicians taken into account? And then how was ease of use of the lubricants assessed in the study? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. The initial plan was purposive sampling. And the reason was that we wanted to sample those who had visited either of the 2 That is how come the snowball augmentation came in to get the respondent. And the second question about pilot testing. If you could remember, during the presentation, I mentioned that informal contact or networks are very important in community research. And so through the informal contact, as at that time, he was the immediate past assemblyman. So through him, we were able to pilot test the instrument, made some changes here and there before the actual interviews happened. Thank you.
All right, so I'll answer the first question, the second question, but I didn't really hear the first question. So with regards to the ease of use of the lubricants, this was assessed by a trial doctor. The trial doctor is looking at the global picture. It was assessed using a Likert scale from effortless, easy, very difficult, difficult and very difficult. So a trial doctor assesses the whole procedure during the digital rectal examination. Did the lubricant help in during the procedure? How did the lubricant help? Was it an effortless procedure? Was it easy? And at the same time, the trial doctor is also looking at the patient during the procedure. Was the patient in any form of discomfort So looking at the whole global picture, the trial doctor is able to tell whether really there was the lubricant help in the easiness of use of the process. Thank you very much. If I can have the second question again.
Okay, so the second question is, how was ease of use of the lubricant assessed in the study?
I think that's what I've just answered. The very first one.
So, was the position of clients and clinicians taken into account?
The position. Oh, yeah, so we took an informed consent from the patient before engaging in the study. So an informed consent was taken before the clients were recruited into the study. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have about two or so from the floor? Who is holding the mic? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, period. So.
Thank you very much. My question is to Hubert. I wanted to find out, I may have missed it, but I wanted to find out what definition, working definition you had for uncontrolled hypertension. Did you do this from just one reading, or you had some history of the readings for that particular person to decide that this hypertension was uncontrolled? Thank you.
Then we have a second.
All right, thank you very much. I will start with the predictors, that is Hubert. My concern is more about the cost of treatment. You are talking about only people who don't have money. You didn't talk about the cost. How much does it cost? Most of we know it's about cost. You didn't also talk about the duration. Sometimes when you start, after some years, then it becomes a problem. You didn't also talk about that. And to also the shear butter. I'm a cost man, so my questions are all cost. You talked about those two things, but how much does this cost? We don't know. Sometimes you may think that shear butter is less expensive, but did you do the calculation to know that whether it is less expensive or not? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. I'll answer that of Prof first. How did we measure uncontrolled hypertension? So by the chart I showed, it means that you're having a systolic of about 40 and above, and then a diastolic of 90 and above. Then what we did was that we, first of all, picked the figures at the hospital because we conducted a study at the hypertensive clinic. So what we did was we looked at what they had recorded, and then we did two readings. So we measure first, and then we do it again before we write the final one down. So that was how we confirmed that this person was having uncontrolled. And then how about the cost? Yes, there are cost implications of this, but then those findings are part of a bigger study that was the main grant that we had. We only presented results that were significant in the current presentation. That is why some of those things did not come about. It's true, we recognize that the cost is a major issue. And to add to the discussion I gave for those who are unemployed, those in the zero income level, even the cost to afford some of these medications could be a reason why you will not be able to get them on time and be able to get it going every time, even though there are some subsidies here and there to make it affordable for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yes, before we started this study, we did a survey at some of the pharmacies in Accra. So we found that the lidocaine gel, the estimated cost of the lidocaine gel was about $5. So that's the average cost of the lidocaine gel. In our study, we did a study together with an industrial pharmacist. And in this case, the we estimated the cost of the whole process to about $0.71. So $0.71 was what we used in producing the lubricant. That what showed on the screen. That's what we use in producing the lubricant. So if you look at the cost difference, so what we find on the market is $5. But what we use, the costing price in producing the lubricant was $0.71. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
So
You ask your question. It looks like we have to.
thank you, Dr. Kekeli, for the wonderful presentation. But if I mixed it, I don't know the subjectivity in using the Likert scale to assess pain. So is there another means that you could use to assess the pain of the patient when you use your shea butter lubricants, apart from the Likert scale, just maybe due to the subjectivity involved in the rankings? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So in clinical medicine, pain, unfortunately, pain is measured subjectively. And for the assessment of pain, the visual analog scale is a validated tool. It's a validated tool that has been validated for the assessment of pain. So if you look at all the pain assessing measures that you find for the assessment of pain in clinical setting, they are all subjective, but they've all been validated. They can be used as a tool in the assessment of pain. Thank you.
Thank you. My concern is to Joy. With your study is trying to solve problem at the research location, the challenges that researchers can face, especially concerning access as a result of problem with language. But there is need to operationalize that your minority because of moral and ethical situation, so that more researchers will not fall to that same problem. But if you refer to me as minority at your study location, is going to reduce my participation or giving you more attention. So please, let's take note of that.
Okay, Joy, that was a wonderful presentation as well. But my worry is you had a sample, you had a sampling technique and you had a sample, but I don't know your population.
Okay. As from the beginning, I did mention is a recount of the experience of the study. But anyway, the population was a language minority people of Volta region. The language minority people of Volta region who access healthcare within the Volta region. And so that is how come with the sampling, we were very particular with those who have access, and then we sample from there.
Can I just, I think to George as well for clarification, because you said you use snowballing. I understand snowballing to be used when you are dealing with clients that are very difficult to find and very sensitive issues. For example, drug use or commercial sex. And so you use the clients to find other clients. But you said you were using someone who was working. I think your explanation of the operationalization of the snowballing, I find it a bit confusing. If you can clarify that.
Don't worry. Thank you very much for the questions and the contributions. I think the last point is well noted. And Joy, if you can get closer to him, understand what he's trying to talk about and then explain. That would be very good for us. Sorry, we have to bring this section to a close. Time is already against us, and we have to break. But before we break, I'll call on Professor Ansah to tell us one or two things.
Thank you very much. Yes, you can start.
So can we give them a round of applause as they take their seats?
Thank you very much. We have something small to present to our plenary speaker, Professor Fred Newton Benker. So, Professor Benker, I'm going to request that you indulge us and climb the stairs again. So, Professor Benker, this is a small token to remind you of your role as a plenary speaker at this second research dissemination forum and your presentation on a very critical topic, funding research in a specialized university for health and development. We are grateful. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to go for break, but because we are out of time, we would request that we use just 30 minutes for the break so that we can come back and finish the other presentation. So it is, what time is it? It's 5 to 12. So we are coming back here fully settled at 12:25, ready to start the next session. Thank you very much and have a good snack break. Bye-bye. Here. Could all the assessors please go to the conference room where we met yesterday? All assessors, please go to the conference room where we met yesterday. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, our alma mater dear. With grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. To your nation strong. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, our alma mater dear. With grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. You must arise. it is well to make your nation strong. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless you, Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you, will speak to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds with knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, our alma mater dear. With grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. To make your nation strong. Arise.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the break. The next session is about to start, and I'd like to call upon the speakers. So Evelyn Aqua, please come to the stage. Faith Agbozo, Dr. Faith Agbozo, please come to the stage. And then we have Mustafa Imurana also join us. And Joanna Kwabna Adadi, please join us on stage. Right, so we've had so much in the last 2 days, and it's been very exciting. I think this has been a very rich experience for all of us. And for those who are online, I am sure you are following with keen interest. I noticed that the registration online, there are so many people still online who are with us. And we are very grateful for your participation and hope that we'll continue to enjoy this conference. Now, for the sake of time, what we will do is that we'll allow each of the speakers 10 minutes to present, and we will ask you please to take note and make note of your questions. We will not be asking each individual to answer questions after their presentation. So please note any things that you want to ask questions on or discuss. And then at the end of all the presentations, we will take some questions. So please note that this is how we're going to do it. So we'll call them in sequence. ICT, are you ready for us with who is helping us with the presentations? Can we have what I have in front of me is a presentation by Alfred Kuma, but we are in this session. Yeah.
So I cannot present now.
No. What I'm saying, the session. All right. Okay, so the first speaker for this session is Evelyn Aqua, who is part of a group, and she is going to be talking about assessment of implementation research and health technology assessment competencies among stakeholders in the access and delivery of new health technologies in Ghana. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So my name is Evelyn Aqua, as mentioned, and I'm presenting on assessment of implementation research and health technology assessment competencies among stakeholders in the access and delivery of new health technologies in Ghana. So you would know that in recent times, Ghana has introduced the RTSS vaccine and COVID-19 vaccine as well. And it is important to note that when a new health technology is developed, it is expected that it is deployed through the access and delivery value chain successfully to ensure its effectiveness. And so those institutions that are at the along the value chain need to have some competencies to ensure that these interventions or technologies are deployed successfully. And critical among this is implementation research. And so we notice that when interventions or new health technologies are deployed, the aim is for it to be effective, but along the line, we lose that. So implementation research is important in helping us to be able to identify the bottlenecks and to address that. And what competencies do these institutions along the access and delivery value chain have? So to answer this question, the Saving Consortium, which is led by the University of Health and Allied Sciences and collaborating with the Food and Drugs Authority, Ministry of Health, and Swiss Tropical Institutes, sought to determine and address implementation research gaps along the value chain. And we also sought to identify and improve the levels of existing knowledge in the application of health technology to vaccinology. This was solely a quantitative study, but because of the population we targeted, we had to do purposive sampling. This was because we got the list from people who expressed interest in partaking in online implementation research course. And so these participants included staff of Food and Drugs Authority, Ministry of Health, University of Health and Allied Sciences, and the Ghana Health Service. And for the HTA, when I say HTA is the Health Technology Assessment, the Ministry of Health has a technical working group. And so members of this technical working group were all selected for this study. And like I said earlier, it's a needs assessment because the Saving Consortium sought to build capacity after this assessment. We deployed an online tool which the participants used to answer their questions. And there was also a digital survey that we put on tablet to ask the questions. And we analyzed the data using Microsoft Excel. So these are some of the areas we sought to assess people on. We wanted to know if they are aware of any of the research domains. We also wanted to know what research designs they are aware of. We explore the qualitative and quantitative research methodologies that they know, data collection and analysis techniques, and whether they knew about multidisciplinary teams. We also wanted to know if they are able to identify researchable problems and whether they knew about stakeholder engagement and they thought it was important and they knew about the process to go through that, and whether they knew about communication and how it is being done. For the HTA, what manufacturing of vaccine, they were not confident of what the knowledge was. And 33% of the participants were also not confident of statistical and reporting of issues relating to vaccine. A few of them did not have any knowledge about seroconversion and seroprevalence. About 81% of the participants did not feel confident about modeling vaccine preventable diseases, and also 72% had no knowledge of dynamic modeling used in infectious diseases. So what did Saving do? If you remember the objective I stated earlier, I said that the Saving Consortium sought to identify and address. So we did not leave it there. We went on to build capacity of these staff in the institutions that are along the value chain. And these are some pictures of the workshop that we did. And so we can conclude that there are gaps in the institutions along the value chain. And so with tailored intervention or tailored training for them, they will be able to help in delivering interventions successfully and effectively. In the end, I want to acknowledge EDSTP for funding this consortium. I also want to thank the Ministry of Health, Swiss TPH, FDA, Access and Delivery Partnership. And I also want to thank all the consortium members. And on that note, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You made it in exactly 10 minutes. That's excellent. I hope you are noting your questions. We will have the questions at the end of the session. So we now call upon Dr. Faith Agbozo, who will be talking to us on the accuracy of screening and diagnostic tests for gestational diabetes mellitus at lower level facilities in Ghana. So, Dr. Agbozo.
Thank you. So we move from technologies to gestational diabetes. I am Faith Agbozo at the Fred Newton Binker School of Public Health. When we talk about gestational diabetes, it's not a new situation. The first publication on it was in 1882. So it has been a very old condition. And within the 1980s, it was realized that it was leading to stillbirths and microsomia in infants. And that was then that the term gestational diabetes was coined. And in the 1960s, there were tools that were developed to screen pregnant women. However, it was not until recent times that some key work has been done on gestational diabetes. And I mentioned the HAPO study, a hyperglycemia and adverse pregnancy outcome study. That was in 2010. That informed some cutoffs that the WHO adopted, and also some major health bodies in individual countries adopted. And I share with you that among the conclusions and recommendations that the WHO made in 2013 after the HAPO study was to look at the prevalence of gestational diabetes using the new diagnostic criteria, and as well as the acceptability of the tools, but most importantly, to evaluate the tools in terms of diagnostic accuracy, comparing the traditional versus the recommended approaches, which I'll soon talk about, and also look at the long-term impact of gestational diabetes. So when we look at the spectrum of gestational diabetes, there is a cascade of issues that needs to be discussed. The first among them is the risk factors. And the risk factors can be modifiable or non-modifiable, or to some extent modifiable. And then we also have to look at how to detect it. And there are screening measures, there are diagnostic measures, and there are biomarkers that can tell a woman that is at risk. And then there are issues also with the management. And there is lifestyle modification, dietary intervention alongside drugs. But the management is not as straightforward. Until all non-pharmacological interventions fail, you cannot start to give drugs to a gestational diabetic mother in pregnancy. And the last issue that also is on the discussion table with gestational diabetes is what are the outcomes immediately for the newborn, immediately for the mother, and most importantly, what are the long-term outcomes in terms of increasing risk of cardiometabolic outcomes for both the mother and the child. Now we see that there are some inconsistencies in screening, and even within the Ghana Health Service system, looking at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, there's a wide array of inconsistencies when it comes to screening. The recommendation says that at the first antenatal booking of the pregnant woman, which should hopefully be in the first trimester, you check, you take the risk profile of the mother alongside checking the blood, the urine glucose of the mother. And then when at any point the urine glucose is +2, +1 or +2 in 2 occasions, or +3 or 4 in 1 occasion, then there is the need to already do the recommended test. I'll mention them in a jiffy. And then within the 23rd 24th week to 28 thereabouts, you have to do the diagnostic test. However, we see some differences along the level of care. In the primary healthcare system, for example, the risk factors are seldom assessed. In the secondary level, risk factors are assessed, but the information is barely used to make any decision. And in the tertiary facilities, the risk is assessed, but it is the screening tools that determine what is done for the mother. So what was then our concern? We are having the impression, and anecdotal data is showing that we are missing out on pregnant women who have gestational diabetes. And it is of a big concern because though there is not associated with immediate maternal mortality like you will see for gestational hypertensive conditions, it has implications on newborn survival and implications on long-term risks. But we see that the primary tool, which is the urine glucose test, is not detecting much. And we see that out of over 1,500 checked, is only 27 that are positive, some of it just a single +1 positive. And the obstetrician, the conditions that they see, gestational diabetes is barely on the list. So we want to estimate the prevalence. That was the primary focus, but the main theme for the work was to evaluate how accurate the screening and diagnostic tests currently in use are. We applied, it was a longitudinal study that is still ongoing, trying to look at how well the women who are gestational diabetic return back to their normal glycemic status after delivery. But within it, we did a blind comparison to the gold standard study where we subjected all the women to all the screening and diagnostic tests for gestational diabetes. So at the beginning, we had over 800 women that were eligible, all of them to be screened, and only about 440 of them reported for the screening. And we did 6 screening tests, which is the dipstick for glucose, the urine dipstick, the risk assessment, asking a few questions on the risk profile, like having diabetes, advanced age, previous history of gestational diabetes, and high symphysis, high level of the pregnant tummy, I mean. We also did glycated hemoglobin. We did fasting glucose, random glucose, 1 hour OGTT and 2 hour OGTT, all in the same woman. So it was a way of comparing how well the tests worked in the same individual. So the woman was serving as her own comparison. Now on the levels of gestational diabetes, using the WHO recommended cutoff for fasting and for 2-hour OGTT, we found a wider range of prevalence running from 9% through to almost 30%, depending on the screening test and the diagnostic tool that was used. And when we look most importantly at the accuracy of the tools, we realized that the risk profile, asking the risk profile of the mother was even more important than requesting for random blood sugar. And the worst of them was using the urine dipstick because it's missed over 97% of the women. And in terms of the sensitivity, the best that we could recommend based on test sensitivity was fasting glucose. And again, when you look at the test performance in terms of accurately telling that a woman did not have gestational diabetes, which is a specificity, that worked well. But telling that the woman had gestational diabetes was problematic for the risk factors, for the glucosuria, for random glucose, and even for the 1-hour test. So the graph below shows the area under the curve, and the wider the area under the curve, the more accurate the test is. And on the diagonal line is the reference test. So any test close to the diagonal line on the receiver operating curve shows that the test is inaccurate. So the best that were the accurate ones were the fasting glucose and the primary care level. And if it is possible, then the woman is recommended to do the oral glucose tolerance test. And so we want that awareness be created, and that is a collective effort, and also trying to help women that have the risk profile to be able to do some lifestyle adjustments. And then also empowering women to request to be tested when they are pregnant is one great step, because until the test is done, you don't know the outcome. And the last and the most important is to strengthen primary healthcare facilities to be able to provide at least fasting glucose. And if the woman comes in a non-fasting state where she has already eaten, then at least the 2-hour OGTT can be provided, as it is doable even in lower level facilities. And I want to show some outputs that we have done from the work, and to say thank you to the World Diabetes Foundation for providing some support for the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very succinct presentation. We will now call upon Mustafa Imurana, Dr. Mustafa Imurana, to speak to us about determinants of teachers' participation in schistosomiasis activities and their knowledge about schistosomiasis drug administration in Ghana. So, Dr. Imurana.
All right, good afternoon. I am Mustafa Imurana, representing the FAST project team. Basically, that project has an aim of increasing the uptake of praziquantel during mass drug administration. Now, if you want to increase the uptake of that drug, then you have to target teachers, because they are normally used to distribute the drug to school children. So basically, this study is a baseline assessment of that project. And basically, we look at factors that determine participation of teachers in schistosomiasis activities, as well as their knowledge to carry out schistosomiasis mass drug administration. NTDs, as we all know, of which schisto is part, affects over 1 billion people, causing negative social, economic, and health effects. In Ghana, it has been estimated that some studies have shown that schisto affects about 50 million people, or 50 million cases. And the global burden of disease study in 2019 estimated 263 people died of schistosomiasis, leading to a DALYs of 46,442. Now, as I mentioned, in Ghana, a major approach used in controlling schisto is the distribution of praziquantel during MDA programs in schools. What it means is that teachers are very important to this exercise. And in fact, in Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Kenya, studies have shown that school-based MDA has decreased the prevalence of schistosomiasis
significantly. If teachers are participating, what it means is that they have to provide some level of awareness to school children and their parents about the disease as well as the drug. To do so, then it is important for us to know what factors determine their participation in this activity as well as their knowledge. As I said, there is a baseline result. So it will help us to know factors that determine their participation and whether there are knowledge gaps, so that during the intervention phase, which we've done, we address these gaps in order to increase their participation as well as their knowledge. Now, you look at the literature, studies have been done about the factors that influence community members or school children's participation in MDA programs. And some studies have been done about teachers, but not like ours to the best of our knowledge, to find out the factors that determine teachers' participation, as well as their knowledge to carry out Hysteresis mass drug administration. This is the objective, as I've mentioned already, and that's the research questions. What are the factors that determine teachers' participation, as well as their knowledge to carry out Hysteresis mass drug administration? For the study setting, we had two study sites, North Tongue District in the Volta region of Ghana, and the Wejabal municipality in the Greater Accra region of Ghana. They were chosen because estimates have shown that they have communities along the Volta Lake and they have a prevalence of at least 80%. So that's why we chose these sites. As I've mentioned, the study is part of a bigger implementation research study. That's the first project, employing a pragmatic, uncontrolled, quasi-experimental design. Teachers between the ages of 18 to 59 years were our population, and we used the WHO modified expanded program on immunization sampling frame to select our respondents. So we selected 30 communities purposively in each of these study sites. And for each community, we selected 6 teachers. We collected the data between June to September 2021 with the aid of a questionnaire programmed on mobile tablets using RedCap. So after the data collection, the data was downloaded in the form of an Excel file, and it was transferred to Stata for cleaning and analysis. After the cleaning, we had a sample of 313 teachers. Now, the main dependent variables, there were 2: teachers' participation, which had a binary outcome, yes or no, whether they've ever participated in any SHISTO activity, as well as they themselves assessing their level of knowledge to carry out SHISTO MDA, which was ordinal. Now, the independent variables were the set of teachers, their age, the district, length as a teacher in the study community, and level of school taught. We employed these statistical techniques. Especially the binary logic was used because that dependent variable participation was binary, and the ordered logistic regression was used because teachers' assessment, their level of knowledge was ordinal, poor, average, good, or more than enough knowledge. We obtain ethical clearance from the Uhas rec and the GHS ERC. And we abide by all the ethical requirements as well as the COVID protocols. What did we find? So you see that majority of the teachers were from North Tongue, 50.2%. My tables are not showing. Okay, I can do that. So 50.2%. That's what I need for now. For this one, we can go to the next results. Now, regarding head about SHISTO, out of the 313, 92.97% had ever heard of the disease. Notwithstanding, among them, less than 50% had ever participated in schistosomiasis activities. It is very important because a study in Sudan showed that increasing the training of teachers with regard to schistosomiasis increases the coverage of praziquantel significantly among school children. So if we have less than 50% of teachers participating, then it is worrying, which must be addressed. There is a results about knowledge. And when you look at that results, about 41.2% of teachers said they don't have good level of knowledge to carry out systematic MDA. Now we went a step further to find out the factors that influence teachers' participation in these activities as well as their knowledge. And you could see that teachers in Northtown, female teachers, teachers who are more than 30 years, and teachers with more than 2 years of teaching experience in the study communities had greater odds of participating in systematic activities. With regard to knowledge, only those who were between 44 to 59 years had that greater odds. Now, what do these results tell us? What it means is that we have to bring on board a lot of teachers with regard to SISTO activities, and in doing so, we have to target male teachers, teachers less than 31 years, and teachers in wager, and teachers with less than 2 years of teaching experience. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Murana. I don't think you needed a microphone. All right. That was an excellent presentation. And now we'll call upon Joanna Kwabena Adade to talk to us about the changing healthcare system in Ghana, a day in a nursing home in urban Accra. And this is a very interesting topic because nursing homes in Ghana is a story, isn't it? So over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joanna Kwabena Adade, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present to you a day in a nursing home in urban Accra, looking at the changing healthcare system in Ghana. So I'll tell you a bit about the background and then what made me set the study, what I found out, and what I think is the way forward. Healthcare facilities and institutions constitute one of the 6 components of all healthcare systems globally. And these facilities and institutions are usually structured depending on what they have been accredited to do. And their capabilities also vary when you compare developed countries to developing countries or high-income countries to low-income countries. We realize that there are variations in the types of in 2016, a number of facilities have emerged, some doing home care services for the elderly, others doing nursing home care. Even though HelpAge has, over the years, attempted providing recreational centers to address care needs of the elderly, especially creating means of socialization and giving a warm meal a day, that has not really worked out well in our system. And therefore, looking at it critically, what we thought was an anomaly because our social system and our family structure is such that the issues related to elder care has not really been brought to the fore is now an issue. So I cite an example. Before September 11, I saw my grandma being brought home after a couple of visits and hospital stays to access care home. And I saw a couple of extended family members visiting daily to ensure that her care needs were addressed. The challenge at that time for my mother, who was a teacher, was how to provide food for all these caregivers that made themselves available. After she passed, there was also the issue of caring for my dad. And she had to do it with a cousin. My dad also passed on, and she's now living alone. All of us have left home. And being the firstborn, I have to contend with the issue of caring for her as and when she needs that. So over time, there have been issues with families being able to sustain elder care within our communities, and they are gradually looking forward to ways of addressing these. Some are accessing care from agencies that have trained people to visit homes to render care. Others are also, out of want of a substitute that is okay for them, have sent their elderly to nursing homes. However, as way back as 2015, not much was known about nursing homes. And therefore, I set out as part of my PhD program to find out about nursing homes and all the other forms of care for the elderly. The aim was to understand the emerging phenomenon within the urban centers of Greater Accra region, because I was not at home and the issue of falling on someone to help was at the fore of my thoughts. Perhaps I might end up using one of these facilities in the long run, and therefore to explore the activities of care provided to the elderly who access them. I used a qualitative research approach to gather data. I initially did observations, non-participant observations, but found out that I had to get involved in the activities of care to get the elderly people to really talk to me. So participant observations and in-depth interviews at the two facilities that were available within that period. One positioned at Sakumono Estates, and then another one on the Spintex Road. So I targeted elderly persons accessing these facilities, their family members, the people who took key decisions as to what care should be accessed, where it should be accessed. And then I also talked to owners and then the operators of the facility and then some of the staff. In all, I ended up talking to 15 elderly persons, 3 males and then 12 females. I used the purposive sampling approach. I got ethical clearance from the Ethics Committee for Humanities, University of Ghana, and I, as much as possible, applied all the ethical considerations at the different levels of engagements. First, entering the facilities. Second, getting the elderly people to talk to me. And then third, the family members. I used thematic network analysis in analyzing the data. So in all, out of the 15 elderly people, 12 of them were below the age of 85. We had 3 males, 12 females. A lot of them had some form of formal education. That's the demographic characteristics of the primary caregivers. Let me quickly move on to the facilities. So where do these elderly people go? The first facility is housed in a gated structure. It has a bed capacity of 15, charges 1,005 a month, way back as 2015. The people there, both the caregivers, the operator, and a large fraction of the elderly were ever speaking. These residents wear their own clothes and are mostly found on the compound, but you cannot access the facility unless you've been permitted from within. They have their siesta after lunch, they watch TV after supper, and then retire to their beds at about 8 p.m. The second facility is housed in a 2-story building with a bed capacity of 21, charges about 500 Ghana cedis because it draws on donations from local and international donors. So the 4 main medical conditions that send these elderly people to the homes are hypertension, so to confirm what Dr. Amu was saying, and then stroke, diabetes, and dementia. Care activities starts as early as 5 a.m. when each of them is awakened and asked to empty the bowels. If they've already done that, they are cleaned and sent to the bathroom. I picked these pictures from activities of care come with some issues because the elderly ended up complaining about how issues related to how they are handled. And so I present to you a couple of quotations as to how they are handled in terms of body parts, how they are even spoken to, who gives who a bath, etc. Currently, this is the structure of aged care in Ghana. And we have portions marked red being on ascendancy. I Googled for old age homes in Ghana yesterday, and this is the map I came across. I tried to talk to the key people based on the phone lines that had been provided. And you realize that some of them are offering a combination of home care services and then nursing home, depending on what is suitable to who calls. So far, there are about 5 aged homes available for us to access, Ghanaians to access. So in a nutshell, there are difficulties associated with elderly care within our country. Nursing homes and then home care service agencies have appeared on the scene to support the elderly in accessing care. And between 2013 and 16, we've had about 100 elderly persons being catered for by the nursing homes. However, the elderly have issues with the kind of care received, and I would recommend that periodic assessment of the facilities is done by the Department of Social Welfare and HEFRA. And then it's necessary for a draft document to put together to guide the nature and basic tenets of an elder care institution to guide private initiatives. There's also the need to set up public nursing homes. That I've put a question mark because I don't know how that can be sustained, looking at how homes for children have been catered for by the government over the years. There's also the need to help the populace understand what nursing homes are all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for that presentation on a very important topic that is going to become more and more important as we look into the future with increasing levels of life expectancy in our country. Now we are going to open the floor for questions. We have just about 15 minutes for questions. And I'd like your questions to be very brief and straight to the point. And then also limit your questions to just a single question. And you can always engage the speakers afterwards for those of us who are here. And please indicate who you are asking your question to. And I'd like us to start with the online, those who are online, if there are questions. So do we have questions from those who are online? And I like what we did the first time where the questions were actually posted in the chat box and then they were read to us. Do we have any questions? Or do we have any hands up? I can't see any hand up from this screen. Yeah. Vivian, did you want to ask a question? Because we thought you wanted to ask a question. If so, unmute yourself and then go ahead. We want a full participation of those who are online. That's why, just like in the previous session, we want to start with them so that at least they don't feel that it's a one-way street. Oh, you are only listening. Okay, that's all right. Okay, so what we'll do is that we'll take 4 questions, and then we'll see how much time we have. Please go ahead.
My question goes to the last presenter at the nursing home. Just two small questions in one. First, I want to find out how these nursing homes are regulated. Did you come across how they are regulated in the country? And also, did you come across issues of aggressive behavior within the residents of the nursing home, and how they are managed at that place?
Thank you. As far as regulation, there were only 2 facilities, and both of them, the operators said they had been permitted by the Department of Social Welfare to work. And as we speak, a team of us are looking at conducting a study on the regulation of these facilities because the numbers have increased. As far as behavior, depending on what the issue is. So there's a part of my slide was about issues of incontinence. And usually caregivers would name and shame. And therefore, one of, there's a quotation I presented, but was not able to. The last bit, sorry, it's not being shown. So there were issues of incontinence and how they were handled. And one primary caregiver was actually worried because her mother was now refusing to eat as much as she should or drink as much as she should because she said she did not want to, let me read the quotation. Last time I went there, she did not want to eat or to drink. So I wanted to find out why. And she said that she does not want to disturb the caregivers with her toilet, so she would not eat or drink. for her to defecate and urinate. And you see, she does not walk by herself. If she were to be walking, she would get up and urinate or attend to nature's call. So honestly, I got very disturbed about that. That's a quotation from one of the primary caregivers who had sent her mother to the aged facility. She did that because she herself was about 60 and was not in a position to be lifting and all that. And they had assessed a number of informal care modalities which had not worked. And therefore, her sister was abroad, suggested that if there are now homes in Ghana, then she should try it. But in the long run, they had to withdraw the mother from the facility because the mother called her siblings in the village and the siblings came for her. So in that particular case, yes, there was the issue of naming and shaming. And therefore, the elderly woman had decided to eat less and to drink less. And sometimes during the observation, I observed for about 8 months, spending equal time between the two facilities. There were instances where you hear some of the elderly persons complaining that, so I'll use a can. If I were to be your grandma, would you handle me the way you have handled me? So where there were a lot of issues because of incontinence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so we'll have some more questions. Yes, I
Yeah,
can see a hand there.
You see, I'm very low, so you cannot see me. Yes. Next
Please
time,
go
I'll sit
ahead.
for the eye contact.
Yes, sir.
Joanna, unfortunately, you will be answering more questions.
No. You said that. Okay.
Yes. As I sit here, I have a mixed feeling. Our societal norms have oriented towards that home care for the elderly. I'm thinking about eventually if this were promoted and it becomes the order of the day, and especially when the younger generation need their freedom too early at the expense of their rights, maybe pushing these elderly people to the homes. You can imagine the quotation you just gave is actually going to accelerate the passing of this.
Thank you. There's a hand over there. Please note the questions and then we'll let you answer them.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Joan. This is a very interesting presentation. My question is more about the names presented. Most often in research, it's not good to put names. I don't know if they are right in the real names or their pseudonyms. So thank you. So that should be made clear.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. I just want to find out whether in the establishment of the homes, those who are looking after the elderly have undergone a formal training, as we do in our institutions, handling the aged. Other than that, is up. And then have they gotten a certificate to run the home? Thank you.
Should I go in? Okay. Thank you. The two owners had worked in nursing home facilities abroad. One actually combined working in a nursing home with operating a radio station for Ghanaians in Switzerland. And therefore she had people calling in to talk about how their elderly persons were being neglected. So she came to set it up without any training. With all that she had learned from caring for elderly persons abroad, she came to set it up. The second person is someone with a bachelor's degree who traveled abroad for long vacation and she also found an opportunity in a nursing home to earn some money. So when she came back and she realized the first person had set up a home, she also felt then it's the way to go. That is the way to go. So she also started doing that. So these facilities are private. Apart from the social welfare facility in the Eastern region, which hasn't done well over the years, these are private facilities. And therefore, the people just set it up after they had gained some form of mandate from the Department of Social Welfare to operate. So the next step is to find out about how those who have added to the number have gotten the accreditation to be operating such facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have another set of questions? Somebody, there's a hand over there. Please go ahead.
Dr. Murana, this question is to you. From my experience and your conclusions you have drawn, did you find out from the headmaster or the district education office the most likely reason? Because for Upper East, what I know is that for the mass drug administration in the schools, they usually are given to the science teachers. So if your, should I say, the population of those you interviewed are not science teachers, then there's a greater chance that they will say they haven't experienced the mass drug administration. So that can be factored in your conclusions or recommendations, that instead of targeting only science teachers, because usually when they want to do it, the Ghana Health Service will invite, call for the selection of teachers to come for training on how to administer the drugs. And most schools would select science teachers to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other hands? Yes, there's a hand down here. Oh, no. Oh, all right.
Thank you very much, Prof. My question, I have two questions. One for the geriatric expert, and the other one is for the diabetic issue. I saw your hypothesis, and it is about talking about not missing the majority. Your population, when you did your screening, you mentioned that you screened or you had 800 eligible women that can be part of your research. And when you were doing the actual screening, you were only able to screen 420. I see immediately, simple arithmetic, a shortfall of about 50%. So are they not lost already? So I don't know why you went ahead with that research, because from even the people you screened, you lost 50%. So you will explain that. For the geriatric presentation, I just want to know, because I think what you did would have been something like a participant observation sort of, if you were visiting the houses. Are there traces of facilities that will provide some geriatric physical activities for those in that home or in those homes? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that there's a hand here. And we also have some questions online. So you go ahead and then we'll let the announcer tell us the question online. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm one of the participants online, so my question is already online. But once I'm here in person, I would like to ask it. My name is Dr. Oseko Papre.
So
Coming
are you
from
the one who
Oti
put
region.
up the question online?
Yes, but
Okay.
sorry, in the course of my journey here from Oti region, there were some network challenges.
No problem.
So
Go ahead.
if what I'm asking, maybe you had already
Just go ahead,
provided the
please.
answer, it's okay. It goes to the presenter for Schisto. I don't know who presented on the Schisto. Great. You know, just as one of the people here said, some teachers are selected for the
Please make your responses very brief and straight to the point. Okay. We are running out.
So we calculated for the power, and we had also considered design effects. So our original sample size was about 300, but we tripled it to 900 to account for loss to follow up. And so the 800, out of which the 400 came, the reasons why the other 400 didn't come, we called them. Some of them we just could not reach. Some had moved out of the study location. Some had lost their pregnancy. Some were no longer interested, and some didn't find the date convenient. So a wide array of reasons. So the power was considered. So the study is still highly powered of over 90%. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your question. As I said, we use the WHO modified sampling frame, and basically that aspect has to do with the willingness or the readiness of the school. I agree with you that if you use purposive sampling, it's going to create some limitation, especially when studies have shown that if you widen and you increase the training of teachers, it increases the coverage of the drug among students.
Thank you. So the elderly are made to move as parts of the activities of daily living. Sometimes some of them even refuse to partake in the activity. Those who have issues with walking are either held by the hand and helped to move from where they are positioned across the room. So a couple of steps per time. Those who need massaging are massaged, but at a fee, especially if a physiotherapist has to come in to massage, then you pay for that extra cost. But there's basic movements up and down throughout the day. And if the weather is good, they are taken out of the building to get some sunbath. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I'd like to ask Evelyn a question, because you were talking about implementation research and health technology assessment. And you were dealing with a purposive group who have had the advantage of having been exposed to the whole area. And yet you found out their level of knowledge was very low. Now, given the fact that implementation research is actually a growth area, and health technology assessment. I think it was last year that August, the government of Ghana actually inaugurated our strategy for health technology assessment. Where do you think we are in terms of what are some of the capacity building efforts that we need to undertake in order to address these gaps that you have identified?
Thank you, Prof. So this needs assessment was done before the training. So the results I shared was before the training. So beyond that, we have built their capacity. So we even have groups from these institutions now using the training that we gave them to identify implementation research gaps along what they do, and they have written a proposal that is with ethics that they are going to implement. So I believe that with that, they can be addressing some of the problems, and beyond that, they can do more. With the health technology, there is collaboration with other international organizations to provide that capacity building for the technical working group. So I would say that the gaps exist, but with collaborations from other institutions, we would be able to address some of our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have some implementation research experts here, and perhaps as an institution, we might be also thinking about creating a center of excellence.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to add to what Evelyn said, the Ministry of Health has done HTA in other areas, but not with new vaccines. So that is the area in which they are focusing on for the Saving Consortium. It's a new area. They've never done it before. That is why we ask those questions about what the need is, what the challenge is, and how can we address it.
Thank you. There was a hand over there. Please go ahead. Just to crave your indulgence, we just have about 4 minutes to bring this to a close so that we can have a break, and then we'll come back. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is about the elderly. I see a lot of passion in the researcher. I'm giving her own experiences. To what extent do you think that you were involved, or your interpretation of the results may have been influenced by your own biases? Because we do know that elderly people can be very difficult to handle, and they can actually exaggerate pain. And also, what are your reflections about if we did not have these homes, what could be the situation for these elderly people?
Thank you. The reality is that the female child is increasingly being educated. Women who were previously taking care of the elderly are out of home, and we are having fewer children. So who will be left at home to care for the elderly? Yes, the situation I found myself in spurred me on to do the research when I chanced upon the advertisement in 2013 to 2013 about the first nursing home. The questions that were at the back of my mind sort of propelled me to do this. Will I be able to care for my mother when she needs me most? I am also growing old. Who will care for me? And therefore, I had to separate along the line what I thought was the case from what they were saying. And with the help of my supervisors, we were able to draw the line between their voice and my subconscious voice. And therefore, they worked hand in hand with me throughout the process. Whenever I return from field, I'll tell them, this is what I gathered. This is the write-up. And then they would ask, did you ask specifically, or you are saying, you are thinking they are saying, sort of. So that they held me, they guided me throughout the process. And probably there's a need for regulation so that just in case I end up there, I'll be taken care of better than what I observed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And all too soon, ladies and gentlemen, a very exciting session has come to an end, just as a continuation of this very exciting conference. I'm sure you may have questions for our speakers, and please engage with them during the break and ask them the questions. I'm sure they'll be happy to respond to you. Can we once again just acknowledge their great work and thank you very much. This session has come to an end, and we'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Appreciate the moderator. Let's put our hands together for the moderator as well. So thank you, Professor Paula Muna, Dean of School of Public Health. It's time for lunch, and we don't want all of us to be scattered and you line up for several minutes before you are attended to. So I'll be your special usher. We'll be moving row by row. When I invite you, you go and take your pack. So we'll begin. Okay. No, not everybody has a cheat. Yes. So when you come, you present your cheat and you are giving your pack. Is that those on my right hand here? If you have the cheat, please come your pack. Those on this. If you have the cheat, please come and take your pack. There's another one at the entrance here. Those with cheats, you can just pick it up. We are breaking for 1 hour. Pepepe. In 1 hour, please make your way back in here. It's 1:45, so we are coming back in an hour. Green is where? If you have the red sheet, you pick your pack. We're trying to avoid the queue, so it's Row by row, we take it. Dr. Kaba, we do not have your presentation. If you are around, please make your presentation available. Fred Haibo, please make your presentation to the ICT team. Dr. Kaba, Fred Haibo, let's have presentations before we come back.
development. God bless you. Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, alma mater dear, with grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. You must arise and shine, 'cause glory is dawn of you. Execute your duties well, to make your nation strong. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, alma mater dear, with grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, Development, God bless. Cherish you. and development. God bless you. Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, here we have come, our alma mater dear. With grateful hearts we come, we'll love and cherish you. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Uhas, arise and shine, 'cause glory's dawn of you. Execute your duties well, to make your nation strong. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. Arise, great giants, and shine for health and development. God bless Uhas, yes, great is Uhas. The world will hear of you. With speed to earth they come. Move up to higher grounds. With knowledge in excellence. Arise, great giants, and shine for
and welcome to this afternoon session. This session, the moderator promised to be an interesting session. The one who is going to moderate this session is coming from the almighty Navrongo Health Research Center. He has been working there for quite some time, over 10 years doing research. So without wasting much time, I would like to call on Dr. Victor Asola, and his code is VC. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Victor Asola. Let me see how check the other people put that downstairs. Go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's a privilege to be standing on the podium that was occupied by my mentors, Prof. Binka, Prof. Owuseje. I have another mentor here, Professor Tagbo. He was my supervisor for my PhD. So I'm privileged to be standing here today. I'll humbly ask the presenters to take their seats for us to start. From the program, I think somebody's, let me see. There's supposed to be a video. Yeah, yes. There's supposed to be a video by Alfred Kuma from the ICT Directorate. You're supposed to show a short video first, and then
I'm Emmanuel Obienji, Director of ICT Uhas. You are welcome to Uhas e-learning video series. The aim of this video series is to provide you with materials that will enable you to do self-teaching, and at the end, learn how to use the e-learning system effectively. The e-learning is made up of several components. Part of it will be used by the lecturer, and the other part will be used by students and other colleagues of the university. For the lecturer, the goal should be as follows. He should use the e-learning to deliver basic lessons to students. He should use the e-learning to collaborate with the students, thus have interactive discussions with the students. He must be able to use the e-learning to assess the students and grade them. And above all, get feedback from the students. By the end of this session, that's the lecture, the participants should be able to access the e-learning platform, which indirectly means to be able to log in, edit their profiles, and log out. They should be able to organize courses using the software. They should be able to upload the content of material they want to deliver, that is text, video, audios, onto the platform. Check students who participated as far as the class is concerned, and then conduct assessments. What
can the lecturer do using the platform? As I mentioned, organize courses, upload course materials, which is made up of files, videos onto the system, open up a forum whereby he can discuss issues with the students, create online tests and assessments, and then examine students generally online. He can also divide the students into groups. That is, the class will be made up of groups and give assignment to each group. And then open a chat session with the students. Why did we select the Moodle software? There are several e-learning systems in the world. Notably among them are the Blackbox, Sakai, Google Classroom. But we selected Moodle for a specific reason. And each institution selected software depending on the needs and how the product is going to be used. For us, we are of view that the following benefits will be obtained. Students can always have multiple access to the material and then learn from it. Unlike classroom, whereby when the lecture is finished, that's the end. It will also bring consistency as far as the lecturer is concerned. That is, materials used in previous years could be modified and uploaded into subsequent years. The e-learning platform is user-friendly, and it will avoid the use of paper. With me are two colleagues of the university. They are Alfred Kuma, who is a senior data center officer, and John Bosco, who is in charge of the e-learning projects. They will take you through the practical sessions. At the end of each session, if you have a problem, we are going to set up a help desk, whereby from the hours of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day, they will be able to answer your questions using either Zoom, WhatsApp, or mobile telephone to answer your questions. We'll provide their contact information to enable you to have easy access to them during this period. Their contact information is as displayed. Please do not hesitate to contact them in case you have any issue, and they'll be ready to assist you. Thank you for watching the first part of this video recording. Now we'll take you through the practical session. Alfred Kuma will take you through the session for lectures, and then John Bosco will take you through the session for students. We have divided the various sessions into series of video programs to enable you practice after each session, and then be able to get feedback from you, and then you getting answers to the problems that you may have. Thank you for watching this video.
So we'll call on Mr. Alfred Kuma to come assist. But there's a supposed to be an e-learning research presentation by Robert Kaba. You will do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yes, right. Yes, I'm Alfred Kuma. Sorry, the person you saw in the earlier video was the former director of ICT for the University of Health and Life Sciences, the late Emmanuel Obina Ajayi. May he so rest in peace. Yes, the video was sought to just introduce us to what we in Uhas did to support e-learning in the university. The topic for my presentation is development of e-learning systems at Uhas. That's the topic I'm supposed to speak to.
Mine will be pure technical talk. It's not going to be research data, no. How the system came about, how we use it, and what we have done so far in Uhas. Thank you. So I'll start. Hello, I'll start by first telling you about ICT. The functions of ICT, background of e-learning in Uhas, the advent of COVID, ICT response, what we have done in ICT Directorate, and I'll conclude. Yes, in University of Health and Life Sciences, the ICT Directorate is responsible for everything technology. As we are here, we have ICT men all over supporting this event. Even the registration we did online before coming, we in ICT developed the system and everything. So from as small as fixing battery into the mic I'm holding, through to the fixing of this LED, ICT take charge, and to development of applications. So these are the things we do in the university. So these are some of them: academic computing system that deal with student records, remote support. We have portal that we use to support students online, connectivity, internet connectivity to various staff, students, and the university body. We handle the email addresses, the videos, and other multimedia services we also provide and support. Yes, as I mentioned, the registration we did for this meeting, and we have various apps for various departments. We support everybody in the university using technology. Yes, Uhas actually began to implement e-learning back in December 2013. We tried setting up the Moodle system to support learning. We even sent, that time there was an intern that in our ICT Directorate, we took him to UPSC to see how they have started theirs. We even did a pilot test with PA. Initially, we just wanted to use the system to conduct test exams. And we found out what we needed to do further after running that pilot test. And in the end, we also did some series of demonstrations for senior management then, Prof. Binka, Prof. Redu, and the management team then. That was back then. In fact, Prof. Binka also brought in these tablets. We brought in tablets. Faculty then were having tablets for free. So those that assumed office then, may I know if someone is here among them who has received those free tablets? Oh, okay. Yes. Faculties were giving, students were made to pay for tablets. So those days when you come to Uhas, you were going to receive, or you were assured of receiving one of these devices. So these were the things we did then to start e-learning in Uhas. The system became defunct. It collapsed. Why? We were understaffed. Resources, technology, infrastructure, not capable. In fact, at the pilot implementation, we found out that even the test, people were not able to connect to our devices because they were not high capacity devices then. So these were the constraints. Then in the directory, we decided, look, we will impress our management to help us get more staff to assist us. Then we also commit management to invest in the technology, the resources, infrastructure that we need. The strategy was we'll make the users, by users I mean faculty and students, drive this goal. And we also write proposal to management. These were the strategies we used. I remember Prof. Zotor then, Dr. Zotor was very interested and advocate of using some of these tools. And so those were the strategies. Then I think we were lucky to have received staff then, and we recruited one, Mr. John Bosco, to be in charge of e-learning and other staff to support us. That year we got about 12 staff to add to our staff strength. Then luckily, during the coming, HITA came to support us with some equipment, and we used them in Sonam and SAS to also pilot again the e-learning system. Just as they were doing that, then COVID came and the school would have to close down. They were saying that we were not in normal times. So the abnormal time came. Actually, COVID came as a blessing because if you see the background, we started this, but they were not moving. But everybody went home, then the onus fell on ICT. Come, make sure you support us till
we continued teaching and learning. So although everybody was home, we became busier in ICT. Our task then was we were charged with designing and implementing the effective e-learning management system that will meet the needs for the university so far as academic continuity was concerned during the pandemic. Then the director, the late Mr. Obinarje, called these few people and said, look, let's do something to support the university. We can't fail the university. He said, yes, we will. So this was the implementation team first, but all others followed later. So we did this. There was a server we're using. We just went to zap that server, cleaned it, and these are the capacity. Then install the system on it. Then the video you saw earlier was produced as a result of some of the things we did. We also developed user manuals. Then we created schedules for training and rolling out of the system. Faculties were trained in the lab. Those ones were done face-to-face. And we observed the COVID protocols. Students by then were home, so we used Zoom, synchronous form of learning, to train them on how to use the system. We observed that after the training, most faculty or users were not active on the LMS. The few that were interested preferred the synchronous one. By synchronous, I mean real-time using Zoom to teach. So the LMS was there. We prefer to just let people log on and we teach. After that, we close everything and go home. And those who actually were using the LMS also were not using it as expected. So they could just go dump their lecture materials, and that was all. Another observation, I hope this is, I didn't have to do it. We all understand this. It's very popular on social media. I copied it from social media. So students will do this. Some of them will actually log on, mute it, and they'll be doing something else. So these were some of the things we observed during the rollout. The interventions, senior management wrote to faculty that, look, we are aware that you are not using the system as expected. Then there were a series of engagements. The then Professor Uhastv held meetings. Some of them were held here. We even went to Hawkway. We went to all the campuses, spoke to the faculty there, and engaged them. Then students were also met to discuss their concerns. Then we agreed that faculties, even those who are interested in the Zoom classes, should at least record it and put it on the LMS. So in case somebody miss out, the person could come and also watch it. In addition, they should concentrate on using the blended approach, small synchronous and small asynchronous. Small dumping of lecture notes for people to come and watch at their pace, and small real time to engage them for discussions online. So these were the advice we were giving. Now, students also had some issues. Some, for instance, for the synchronous lectures, when they get there, they log in. If you see 20 or 50 people, by the time the lecture is about 30 minutes through, they are all gone. Some due to their data getting finished, connectivity issues, and some actually have distractors. Some are parents, some will even be at workplace before joining the class. So a nurse performing something is still live online, and some have their children crying. And the cost of data, these were some of the concerns we observed. The students were encouraged to go online at their pace. So we said, look, it's not compulsory that you should join the synchronous one. It could just be for some time. But once the lecturers were made to record their slides or videos, the synchronous lectures, they'll dump them on the LMS for you to see. So there's no need to say you not contribute or participate. We also impressed through the VCs to the telcos, telecommunication companies, to zero rate our sites. So the sites to various LMS sites, the addresses were free when you browse on telcos network like Vodafone, MTN, and I think Tigo then. Then they were also contacted to improve their connectivity access. Some locations were not having regular access, so they were also encouraged to improve their connectivity at those places. And then already we were on Vodafone tertiary bundle, so most of the students were made to take it, and the bundle was enhanced. So these were the things we did.
I just want to share with you how we went through the process. The first time was we assembled the members. The second one, we installed the system, the operating system, and the Moodle OS system. I believe we all understood why we chose Moodle, because we chose a simple product that we could handle and control by ourselves. Then we created users. The users were students and faculty, lecturers. Then we designed the courses. We enrolled the lecturers and students. Then we host it online. Currently, if you go online and you type elearning.uhas.edu.gh, you hit at it. You can be on any network. It is on the internet, public internet, secured, and it's there. Then we train the lecturers and we prepare the videos that we watched earlier. These were the things we did. Then we deployed and had user manuals. If you go to the site today, as I speak, you can still see the video tutorials for both staff and students, even the videos we just watched. We even have a complaint page that was very, in fact, it's still active. I think School of Public Health is still using LMS, and we encourage the faculty here to use it. For the first time, due to the COVID, we did a pre-recorded orientation for our fresh students, and that was also carried out by ICT. The tools we use, the software tool we use, I mentioned Moodle, which is an open source that was customized. We use Zoom for the synchronous engagement. People also use Microsoft PowerPoint to record the videos. And we also use Camtasia, which is a software on-screen recording tool for faculty to record their lectures before dumping on the site. Yes, we need to hold the system. The system is still there, but we need to have a redundant one to back it up and support it. So we are expecting some systems from Ministry of Education through the Government of Ghana project. Once we get the devices, we'll have a replica to make sure we are sure or assured of a redundant operation so that I will not go off in case the main system is knocked off. Then in Uhas ICT, we have responded to the pandemic the Uhas way. By Uhas, we mean we set up a universal and ubiquitous system, which is of high standard. Moodle is being used by, in fact, all the University of London schools. So it means it's a system that is well tried and tested. We made it accessible to everyone anywhere. It's on the public internet. That's the A. And finally, the simple, we made it simple. That's the S, simple and friendly for all by giving us videos, training, and telephone support. I say thank you very much for listening to me. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuma. I think you hold on until the others are done so that once you are technical people, you just share your ideas with us.
Thank you
very much. You are Robert Kabai. So we call on Robert Kabai to come and make his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to you all. Just to make a quick disclaimer that I'm not an IT person. And like he rightly said, what he presented on is more on the technical IT infrastructure and the related issues. And I want to believe some of you might be wondering, what has IT got to do with Robert and e-learning when I should be talking health policy, public health? But since this is a multidisciplinary conference, I want to believe at the end of the day, we'll all understand why at a point some of us have to come in the picture of e-learning. So this afternoon, I'm going to share with you a pilot project that's later on metamorphosed into a scientific endeavor, and later on got the support of the Uhas Research Fund. So again, we couldn't have told the full story without the Uhas Research Fund coming into being. And that is the Smart Learning Solutions for Health Sciences Education, evaluation of a pilot project in Uhas. And we actually christened this Smart Learn e-learning project. So I want to start with this. The Smart e-learning project, was it prophetic or a foresight? And I want to believe by the time we'll get to the end, we should be better placed to answer this. What we started years ago, even before COVID, was it an issue of prophecy to come, or it was a matter of foresight? So I want to start by giving a brief historical overview of how the pilot e-learning project started in two pilot schools, namely SONAM and then SARS. And SONAM is School of Nursing and Midwifery. SARS is the School of Allied Health Sciences. Some years back, before I joined Uhas, I happened to have chance on an NGO based in Germany called Healthcare Information Technology for Africa. And I met them at the MOH headquarters when I was then the head of research at the Training Institution Secretariat. And later on, in 2017, when I moved to Uhas, they followed up and asked if I was still interested in what we started in the training schools across the country. Initially, I wanted to say no, because this is IT, and some of the things you would need to learn rather slowly to understand what they are doing. But later on, I said, why not? Since it's going to improve on the quality of pre-service training for healthcare professionals, they were welcomed. Because at the end of the day, the quality of the doctor, the nurse, the public health practitioner is a function of what they went through when they were being trained. So that makes pre-service training very important and critical. So yes, they came and we went through a couple of formalities, meeting, doing all the necessary stakeholder engagements here and there. And at the end of the day, a pilot e-learning package was initiated. And like my colleague rightly mentioned, before they came, there was something in place. There were conscious efforts to have an e-learning system ongoing. And he did admit that midway, there were some challenges. So in a way, this project came rather timely because it came to revive the energy again. Electronic and print media. And the Daily Graphic captured it as German NGO supports Uhas with e-learning facility. And we saw it as a moment where we could revive the idea of promoting e-learning as a form of blended learning approach beyond the traditional orthodox approach to learning. So at the end of the day, the pilot project was supposed to improve on the quality of training we give to our students, and then, of course, make teaching and learning rather relaxing and for it to be an enjoyable experience. So we developed what we call the hub and spokes approach with the long-term goal of making Uhas the center of excellence when it comes to training healthcare professionals in the country and perhaps even beyond. And I want to believe we are all aware by now that Uhas still prides itself as the only public university in Ghana that is solely dedicated to training healthcare professionals. So the long-term idea and goal was to ride on this concept to make the university a center of excellence in reaching out to other regions by way of e-learning, especially with the sandwich students that we had started. And we all know the caliber of students who come in as sandwich students. They are already working. And somebody has to take a car from Tumu all the way to Uhas through several routes with all the dangers. So the idea was for us to, in the long term, have satellite campuses where through e-learning we could make some of these movements rather limited. And in terms of the infrastructure, and again, here the IT guys were at hand to support in setting up this infrastructure. Like I said, I'm not an IT person, but the idea was to have students access information, and that is electronic information, via a centralized system, what we call the wireless network. Once you are within campus, you could access any learning material. And then if you were on the field, you could ask experts back at the region for support, that kind of arrangement. And like Mr. Kuba mentioned, we started the real e-learning pilot on the Moodle platform, And like he rightly mentioned, that is something that has now even gone online. Initially, it was mainly intranet. So this is the phase approach that we used. So the pilot project started with feasibility studies that were done in March 2017. That followed up with a setup of the IT infrastructure. There were a series of trainings that were done for staff and faculty. Then eventually the Moodle thing kicked off, and eventually evaluation followed. And as you soon see, that was when we made the application for the Uhas Research Fund to be able to do the impact evaluation. So the pilot project uptake, when the pilot project started, how did it manifest? I must say the buy-in was huge with the support of the deans of the two schools, SAS and SONAM. We were able to enroll 675 users at the time. And these comprised of students, faculty, and then some IT personnel who were driving the show. And a total of 15 undergraduate and then postgraduate courses were also mounted. And 5 departments were involved in the 2 schools. In the case of SAS, the pilot even included postgraduate students. So with the pilot project evaluation, at what point did we move into the full stream research? That was at the 5th stage. And there was when there was a need to do an evaluation of the project to see if it is feasible. Is this something that could be upscaled at the end of the day for other schools to benefit? Because we started with just 2 schools. And midway, a lot of schools expressed interest, public health, and then all the other schools expressed interest. So the idea was to first do an evaluation to find out what the gaps are and all of that. So we put in an application, and thankfully the dean of SONAM immediately put together a 5-member committee to do that evaluation. And later on, we developed a proposal. We submitted that for funding. And then fortunately, we got the funding support worth nearly 24,000 Ghana cedis. So I want to use this opportunity to thank the university for starting that. And I remember we were among the first pioneer group to win this grant. And we were wondering how we could even execute it, because that was our very first time. A group of young, early careers struggling to understand what research and all of that is. So it was an opportunity for us all to rally and then learn from it. And fortunately, we were able to do that. We got our ethical clearance and we set off. So the main idea was to evaluate the experiences of the beneficiaries of the pilot project, so it could inform opportunities for upscaling. And in terms of the methods, We use the mixed methods approach. We did some quantitative and qualitative data collections here and there. And yeah, since we needed to get the right feedback, the inclusion criterion was only those students and faculty members who have gone through the e-learning pilot. So if you did not experience it, we left you out because you wouldn't be able to give us the right picture. So at the end of the day, even though 492 students enrolled, 363 of them participated in the evaluation process, representing 74% participation rate. And we observed that most of the respondents were from SONAM, which makes a lot of sense because they tend to have the numbers. And then most, in terms of the departmental percentage share, most of them were nursing students. 50% were in level 100 at that time. And I want to believe there should be those who are almost wrapping up and should be in 400 by now. And then the average age was 21 years, very young group. So the quantitative responses show that here we are looking at respondents who said the e-learning pilot project was beneficial to them. So we just asked them that simple question. Do you think this whole thing is useful to you? We found that 69% of students from SAS who were part of the pilot said, yes, indeed, it was useful. Then 67 from SONAM said yes. Then in terms of the disaggregation by level, interestingly, most of the students in the first year said it was more beneficial to them than those in the second year. That is rather counterintuitive in a way from where I sit. Because they are just coming. Or is it the case, usually when you are new, everything, you tend to appreciate it? Maybe. Then for gender disaggregation, most males appreciated it more than their female counterparts. And looking at the overall rated satisfaction with components of the e-learning pilot project, we observed that the ratings were pretty lower for the teaching staff. In other words, most of the students rated the performance of the teaching staff on the pilot project rather low and rather appreciated the computer lab at the time. I believe at that time it was newly set up. So the air conditioners were working, everything seemed to be in order at the time. So we'll explain that. And we looked at the challenges that the participants or the so-called guinea pigs experienced. And again, we observed that most of the challenges that were mentioned had to do with the workspace within the computer lab because it was a 40-seater. And there were some of the classrooms that were in the 70s, especially in the case of SONAM. One class alone can be 100. And the computer lab is only able to accommodate 40. So it means they have to go in tents. And that could also explain this. And there were concerns about the speed and then relevance of the content. And I was happy when he was presenting, he mentioned issues of content. You know, at the end of the day, if you, as a lecturer, you just do your recordings, you dump the video there, and there's no activity. Because one thing about the Moodle is I was part of it. So I lectured and did all my engagements on it. It has features for live chats with the students. It has all other functionalities, but it appeared much of the functionality used was the one for writing IAs, because obviously it was a way of taking off workload. So the system, once you set the questions, as soon as they finish and they submit, your results are ready. So instead of going to sit down to mark 100 scripts, in a matter of few seconds, you already have your results. You just go and download the Excel. Then you export it to Source, and you were done. So most lecturers really took a lot of comfort in that and did not take advantage of the other functionalities. And when it came to the ICT staff, the respondents' main concern had to do with training, intimating that the IT staff needed some additional training.
And then in terms of the way forward, it reflected with the participants, most of them saying there should be the need to improve the speed of the system, then improve on the relevance of the content, then do a couple of trainings. Now for the qualitative bits, I mentioned it was a mixed methods approach. We needed to touch base with the faculty members and then with even senior management. And in terms of the benefits of the e-learning pilot project to Uhas, this was a typical quote during one of the focus group discussions. One of the participants said, I think the university as a whole is also benefiting. I wouldn't want to read the whole thing. And the key highlight then was, now if we didn't have the e-learning lab, it wouldn't have been possible for the university to be a center for the National Midwifery and Nurses Council. I think we were quoting them verbatim. That's not the correct name. It's National Midwifery Council. But I guess the idea is the fact that through this pilot project, Uhas became a center for NMC exams. And since then, it has been a center because we started with a pilot, and that was the time when NMC came for inspections, and they were impressed with the setup, and we got the center. And then in terms of the benefits of the pilot project to lecturers, the key highlights were that, so it helps you to plan. And I just alluded to this because the system is such that you can even determine what content to upload. And then your IAs, they come in, they write in a couple of minutes time, your results are ready. And efficiency, in terms of efficiency, another lecturer said, what I like about the program is the efficiency. You don't spend much time collating marks. And then another person in the group discussion said, with the current system, that's the pilot e-learning, it is allowed on the system to be able to mark the assignments. And all the lecturer needs is to download the broadsheet. So instead of spending time marking IAs of 100 students and all of that, is able to get your marks for you much faster. Then to the students, the lecturer said, it is a transparent way of presenting a course. I think it is the way we should go. And the reason being that the student sees the mark before they leave the exam room. So later on, if they see something different, then they can take you on as a lecturer, assuming all things are equal, because they see the mark even before they leave. Because as soon as you submit, the system tells you that, oh, you've gotten 60 over 100 before you leave. So transparency is there. And one other participant said, the student become knowledgeable generally because when you go on the platform, they get materials which have been uploaded by lecturers to learn at their own pace. Here again, the issue of flexibility and all of that. And then the ICT staff, and this is very important because like I mentioned, without the ICT team, I'm not sure this pilot project would have survived. And during one of the focus group discussions with the ICT group, this quote came from one of them. On the part of the ICT too, we are also learning. And every day we learn something new in running it. So now we are expanding with the previous experience that we have. So it will be much easier than if we had just gone full implementation without doing the pilot implementation. So preparedness, it makes them ready. In other words, it was a pilot experience that prepared them in response to later on what we experienced as the COVID pandemic. And that is to really say that it's good to learn from little beginnings, and then you are able to make amends, and then you take up the bigger challenges. So with the last bit that had to do with in terms of suggestions that came up to make the system work, there were suggestions like the ICT staff needed more training. And then if you are able to justify and then make our case, then the system would be, maintained and all of that. And all these quotes are coming from participants who were part of this pilot project. And for us, it is really heartwarming, given the fact that at the end of the day, those lessons are what we lean on when COVID came in and there was the compulsion to move to virtual learning approaches and all of that. So the recommendations would be that there's the need really for resource commitment for e-learning, particularly in terms of even physical and then human resource capacity development. Then leveraging the current COVID-19 situation to fully orient faculty and students to e-learning at the end of the day for sustainability. There's also the need to make e-learning mandatory, the teaching and learning value chain. Finally, we would perhaps need as a university to take the bold step of rolling out a pilot distance Moodle system for sandwich students based on the lessons we have learned from this pilot project. I want to say thank you to all the project investigators who were part of this. And then a big thank you to the Uhas research farm, the university management, because we actually interviewed top university managers. The registrar was interviewed, the Pro-VC then. So it meant the support was there. Then the HITA group in Germany, because they came to support in terms of the logistics, Academic Affairs Directorate, and all the participants, students, and staff, support staff in the two schools. It's not easy to be a guinea pig. Usually the hesitation is there. I mean, are you going to cause trouble? But thankfully, the two schools said yes. Start with us, and if it works, it is for the benefit of the rest. And this point is key. I think we were among the first to publish from the research grant. So this paper is now published. And the last time when I was checking this morning, it has close to 800 accesses already. In other words, it's just left with 6 more people or 6 more accesses for this paper to have been, accessed by and perhaps even read by 800 people already. That means we have gone far and people are already learning from our experience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaba. I think that you're really running very fast. And from my training, I can see that we are getting infected by a lot of zoonotic diseases. I'm not praying for another pandemic, but we should prepare for another one anytime soon. And I believe this university would be prepared and still continue with their lectures if the e-learning project is sustained. Thank you very much. So he would also wait until the last presenter presents and then would let the audience ask their questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to present the current research site to the previous presentations we just had. And I believe I've got much more data to actually add to what my team is working on. I'm Fred Heibo, and we are presenting on peri-pandemic e-learning utilization in universities of the Volta region. I'm going to actually run you quickly through the introduction or background of our study, the objectives, and the questions that actually drove our inquiry. And then I'll tell you the methods we applied, the results we are seeing currently. As I mentioned already, this is an ongoing study, so we are going to be presenting the first phase or the initial findings of our investigations. All right, so the fact is, since the Africa's Information Society Initiative adopted a framework for the development of information and communication infrastructure in Africa at the 22nd Conference of Ministers in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 1996, Ghana has actually made very steady progress in terms of the development of the telecommunications infrastructure.
and the proliferation of ICDs. Now, in 2003, we had one very big breakthrough with the coming into being of the accelerated ICT for accelerated development policy by Ghana, which birthed other policies like ICT in education. Now, COVID-19 came in 2020, March, and this seemed to have emphasized government's effort at digitalization of the economy, because it compelled every aspect of our Ghanaian economy to try to transition online to continue their service and transactions. Now, in the education sector, there were some direct interventions by government. At the pre-tertiary level, we had the Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes project, the GALLOP, that saw to the implementation of various strategies to keep our students learning over the period of the lockdown. But at the tertiary level, the universities were actually in charge of their own mechanisms for continuity of teaching and learning. Now, we have observed that a couple of studies have come up already trying to assess the efficacy of e-learning during the peak period of the pandemic in Ghana. Now, most of these studies, however, have focused on bigger universities that are in the cities, and have also focused mainly on students' perspectives to the e-learning. What we intend to do is to bring some light on all the stakeholder groups together, what they feel about e-learning, not only during the peak of the pandemic, but before, during that austerity period, and afterwards, that is currently when the austerity measures have been relaxed and we are back to face-to-face teaching and learning. Now, also, because we are focusing on the Volta region, we believe we may inject some fresh perspectives to the discourse, as Volta region is rated one of the poorest regions in Ghana, according to Ghana Statistical Services Poverty Map 2015 and the World Bank Poverty Assessment on Ghana 2020. So we actually set out to explore the use of e-learning in all the universities that are present in the Volta region, both private and public, before, during, and after the austerity period of the COVID. And we also aimed at identifying the factors that either promoted or inhibited the effective use of these mechanisms for learning. And these questions actually drove our inquiry. We're looking at how the systems were introduced, how they were utilized, and what are the measures for sustainability in these universities. Of course, as an ongoing study, we are looking at a broader approach of exploratory sequential mixed methods. But as I indicated, we are reporting on the first phase, the qualitative phase of our inquiry. And this is what we did at this phase. We adopted a stratified purposive sampling technique to actually map out our participants. And we got 3 main strata. So we looked at the e-learning administrators from the technical side, and I'm happy Mr. Kuma presented. We also looked at the lecturers, or those who are supposed to administer the teaching on these platforms, and the students. Now, 12 participants from 8 of the universities present in the Volta region were interviewed. Out of these 8, 5 of the universities present in the region don't actually have campuses here. They are present by distance learning. So they have learning centers, but 3 are resident. That means they have their main campuses right here in the region. Now, the data which were actually collected using semi-structured interviews were transcribed using the NCH Express Scribe transcription software. And these transcripts were exported to Microsoft Word and thematically analyzed. Now, here are the major themes that emerged from our analysis. We saw a willingness or motivation factors for e-learning adoption and use. We also saw technology factors that impacted the utilization of e-learning. Then we saw management factors. And lastly, the current state and future of e-learning in universities of the Volta region. Now, under the willingness or motivation factors, we realized one important thing, that all these stakeholders that we actually interviewed expressed very much interest in the adoption and use of e-learning as an imperative alternative to the traditional face-to-face. But this high level of acceptance was actually differently motivated, as I will show you by examples of some courses now. We also saw that e-learning was actually present in all these universities before COVID. And at this point, I want to draw attention to some kind of interchangeable use of the word e-learning. E-learning actually involves any application of computer-mediated learning. But what I think most of the universities did in response to the COVID was online learning, where students were supposed to actually come online for engagements in lieu of the face-to-face that they lost through the traditional means because of the lockdown measures. So previously, lecturers at individual levels were actually adopting their own means of reaching students electronically. We recorded a lot of use of WhatsApp, Telegram, Zoom, personal level Zooms, not the institutional one. Then, of course, there were also uses of Google Forms for data collection and quizzes and assignments and all of that. So, of course, electronic learning took various forms under individual initiatives prior to the COVID. But also what we observed was that unlike the resident universities in the region, those that are present by distance learning were actually a little prepared ahead of time, because it appears they were preparing to roll out online learning for their distance programs. So they already had measures in place, they had learning management systems, but again, at that time, it wasn't the emphasis, they were not really using it. When it comes to the resident universities, however, it was a COVID in all the three instances that compelled them to think about adopting a learning management system. Now, some quotes about this willingness that interest me. You can see S1, for example, talking about why they think e-learning is imperative for higher education, and their concern is about infrastructural gaps or deficits, particularly when it comes to availability of lecture halls and adequacy of classroom furniture. They felt that, well, they feel e-learning could be a good alternative instead of investments in mortar and brick. Why not rather put a lot of investment in these electronic platforms and allow people to learn from the comfort of their homes or whatever, particularly those courses that they feel do not really have a practical component that should drive them to be running to a classroom for face-to-face. That was one view. But another interesting view that emerged that attracted my attention and that of the team was the fact that one stakeholder felt that one reason why they were much interested in the e-learning was because it actually removed some level of human face when it comes to dealing with urgent issues of financing of education. Because they felt that, well, when they tried their learning system, there were strict protocols that before a student was enrolled on the system, you must have paid your fees to a certain percentage and be cleared to register your courses. And therefore, without those processes, you are not going to have access and you wouldn't be able to take quizzes and IAs that the students actually valued because it counted for their assessment. So it was an effective tool for fee collection. That was an interesting view in my view. Now, when it comes to the technology factors, of course, I believe Mr. Kuma has helped me with a lot of data already. We realized that there were three major sub-themes. There were macro and micro level infrastructure gaps. And then there were digital divides that we observed from the data. And of course, high cost of internet subscription. These were the issues that came up very strongly as factors that actually affected e-learning. And at the macro level, of course, we'll hear a lot of stories about the uneven coverage of network across the country. So students were back home on lockdown. And if you were in a village that there was no data communication, that was difficult for you to be forced to come online for classes and all of that. At micro level, many of the participants felt that the universities were actually forced to adopt these systems, but they were not really ready. So in terms of investment in equipment, the supportive technologies that could make the e-learning work, they didn't have it. And so in terms of content creation, and I believe the earlier speakers already hinted at some of these things, they actually came out strongly and they still exist. That the quality of content, you have lecturers using their own device to record their own videos, and you'll be hearing birds chirping or cocks crowing at night and all of that, all manner of noise that came with the content, and the fact that they felt most of the content were simply uploads, or as Mr. Kumar said, dumping of files there. Students didn't find these things interactive, and so they felt, was there even a use of the LMS in the first place? Mind you, I've tried to differentiate e-learning and LMS, or the online learning component, which is the emphasis that the university is actually talking about as e-learning. Now, digital device actually came in very strongly. We realized that from the data we have gathered, it appeared not only the issue of network coverage, but at personal level, a lot of these students and even lecturers did not have the right gadgets to actually create and access content. And beyond that, there were varied levels of skill when it comes to understanding and manipulating these contents online. And so again, referring to the issue of how content became an issue even on the creator side. A lot of lecturers didn't really create any content online. According to the data you have gathered, they simply pre-packaged files and uploaded. And so that interactivity with content that will make the student glued to the system or the web was not there. Now, the interesting thing was about data. And that one, all the participant groups mentioned it strongly as one key factor that inhibited the e-learning during the COVID, and why maybe later I'll ask Mr. Kumar what the current state of e-learning at Uhas is. But across the universities that we have looked at, it looks like e-learning is almost collapsed. It's reverted to the former ways of lecturers using their own means, and the most subscribed reason is the cost of data for staying online. Now, the first quote here interests me a lot because it buttresses the fact that the bigger universities that were into distance learning were actually prepared. You could see that it was as if they knew something like this was going to happen, but actually they were preparing for their distance modules, not necessarily COVID, but it became a very quick alternative. So it was easier for them to switch to online learning, although with problems. And the interesting thing that I want to highlight in this particular quote is the fact that the person says the infrastructure to support this whole thing is comprehensive. He's trying to describe his experience when he visited one of the e-learning centers of their mother university at the main campus. All right, there are more quotes about this. You could see a particular quote from one of the participants saying that, well, we were supposed to teach them online, but it got to a stage. The students themselves complained of two things: the lack of the right gadgets and cost of data. And so it got stopped. Then he said, well, they also complain about poor network coverage. Of course, you have covered this. These are the infrastructural gaps, the issue of digital divide. And this is strongly corroborated in the literature by Agomeda et al. 2020 and Akomia et al. 2022, that some of the drawbacks when it comes to measuring students' experience with e-learning were the fact that they didn't have the access technologies. There was high cost of data they couldn't subscribe, and the fact that infrastructure was a big problem. Most of them lived in areas where they couldn't really access these systems. Of course, an interesting one that I already shared, you could see here, this was a learning management administrator saying that even now, as we speak, they don't even have a recording studio. So when it comes to preparing content, or what we call the instructional design, all of that, there's a huge gap over there that if the institutions really wish to continue with this, they need to make investments. And that supports Sapong et al. 2021, and they're finding that, well, if we want to create the education system that supports these things, then we need to accept the fact that we need more investment in the infrastructure that supports e-learning. Now, under the management factors, you also saw some important sub-themes, about 4 of them. The issue of an intuitive user interface. And I'm happy, Mr. Kumar, sorry, you mentioned the issue of user-friendliness. Well, from the data we have gathered, the people said no, they didn't see the systems that were deployed in the region as user-friendly. So that's a contradiction. we'll try to see, maybe from the point of those who deploy the system, the ITS, or technical, they think, oh, this is just friendly. The users did not think so. So you could see this quote, for example, it says, we students were not prepared. Yes, the training we received was inadequate. Then the other highlight said the LMS was irrelevant because it was not user-friendly. Of course, again, note the emphasis. The emphasis on the LMS, not e-learning in general. So they were using other tools. They felt WhatsApp was working for them, whatever, and lecturers were using these media to actually communicate with them. But when it comes to the institutionalized platform, it looks like they were trying to dodge or swerve it for various reasons. Again, Agomeda et al. 2020 and Akomia et al. 2022 support that same view. Now, some other important quotes that are worth noting are the fact that, look at S2, it says, I'll go to WhatsApp, case closed. Because according to her, it said for the portal, I have to go and log in, username, password, index, whatever. And he said, look, sometimes they just want to frustrate us or stress us. That's an interesting one. So they could share through WhatsApp. So why upload it to the portal that is more complicated to access? And this is, again, an interesting study by Kosiba 2022, Kosiba et al. 2022, found using the approach of student acceptance of these technologies that the quality of interaction on these platforms actually influence students' perception of its usefulness or their satisfaction with it. So you can see here, this student is trying to imply the fact that after all, even if you go to the LMS, it's a matter of they have uploaded a file we are going to download. So why wouldn't they send that thing to our WhatsApp group? That was handy to pick. Why all that stress of going around through the LMS for just a download of a file? Then, of course, the other codes are there to motivate this. You can see now, very important, the F1. The F1, we must highlight that. I think that came from a lecturer. He says he had a worry that e-learning, he said, I dare say, has a kind of black box effect on quality assurance. He said, you cannot tell if they, referring to the students, were actually seeking help online or employ someone else who was just doing and submitting the work for them. An interesting one. So you see, they felt, well, they didn't think that they were in charge. There was some kind of lack of proctoring. For them as lecturers, the integrity of assessment was most important. And for you to engage people externally, run quiz and whatever, you don't even know whether they are the ones sitting behind doing these things. It was for them of utmost concern. Then I can gloss over this, even though I don't want to read it for time's sake. A2, it says there must be a policy to guide e-learning. Currently, we are left in limbo and things seem to happen in an ad hoc manner. For example, what amount of online vis-a-vis face-to-face will be required to fulfill course credits, or whether distance learning will be 100% virtual, etc., are things that we need to be clear about. So that's an interesting one. So you see that, yes, we may have created an excellent system, but the users think otherwise. We need to understand their perspectives and see how can we adjust and update these systems for them to actually work so that the uptake will go high. Now, in the last major theme, we observed two main things. That's the current state and future of e-learning at these universities that are present in the Volta region. Of course, out of all the 8, only 2, which are the distance learning universities that are present here, have actually been able to retain the usage levels of their e-learning. The rest 6, including all 3 of the resident or universities that are actually having their campuses here, have actually reverted almost 100% to face-to-face. And this must be a cause for worry, because since yesterday, I kept hearing e-learning, e-learning. Almost every speaker spoke about e-learning. But the fact is, on the ground, practically, are we really sure that e-learning is going on? Is it really going on since the return to face-to-face? So we see from the data that it appears what almost all the participants were comfortable with was the fact that there must be a kind of blend. You cannot say you are doing 100% e-learning, because according to them, all the programs that are run have very important practical aspects. They are skill-based areas that you can really handle virtually, and they feel there must be some kind of arrangement. For example, we are here right now, there are audiences online, and there are signposts sitting here. Is that a kind of blended approach we want to use, or we want to initiate a certain aspect of the learning online with the theory, like one of the participants suggested. And then we give them some time to come for practice, whatever it is. There must be ways of locating e-learning within the blended learning context as suggested by these results. Now, a few quotes actually exemplify that. S1 is saying, I feel we are neglecting the platform, that is the LMS, because since we resumed face-to-face lectures, I've never heard a lecturer saying that they have uploaded something on the platform. That's an interesting one. That was from a student. And then you see this one says, we let down our guard too quickly when it comes to enforcement. So he's talking about enforcement. He said, honestly, none of them, I think referring to management from the data, is asking any questions about how far the e-learning is going and what tools we need. Any plans for continuity? No, that's a perspective. So they feel, look, when it comes to this thing, there are technical issues involved that management needs to pay attention to because it's about commitment of resources if we want to do the best of it, because we are in a globally competitive world, and particularly when we say we are going e-learning, we are actually going online, and we must know we are competing with the world. Then this one comes and says, apart from policy, so he was even stressing policy against, apart from policy, there should be investment in infrastructure. I think it's confirming the same thing. So they believe that there are issues about the e-learning centers across all the universities that they really need to fix. Except those two that I mentioned, they were able to still maintain theirs because they had huge investments ahead of time. Now, the last one, A3 says, management has been trying to adopt a blended learning approach, of course. As I already mentioned, it emerged from the data that that is what they feel is going to be the best way of implementing e-learning. It will be blended. Now, we want to conclude at this, even though I try to stay away from conclusion and recommendation because we are just at our initial phase. We are yet to actually develop this into our actual problem of investigation and develop a standardized tool for a wider survey to be able to generalize these results. At least we can give some brief conclusions from the data we are seeing and share some insights. It says the prospects for e-learning are very high at these universities. However, online learning is threatened by the poor network infrastructure, digital divides, inadequate user training, prohibitive cost of the internet, and a lack of policy on e-learning at some of the universities. Then secondly, we found that e-learning at these universities can best be implemented through blended learning approaches and by strict enforcement. Now, the biggest limitation, as I mentioned already, is that this is our initial stage. We are not looking at this being generalized. We are yet to develop we'll do a factor analysis on these results to be able to standardize our questionnaire in order to do survey. But we also realize that one area which is not really our focus, but which is emerging from the data that anybody might be interested in, is the various divides that we have seen within the digital divide. We have already seen from the data specific areas like age, gender, within the digital divide that I think, or the team thinks that anyone who might be interested can focus on those narrow areas of the digital divide within the larger e-learning framework. And on this note, I want to thank everybody for giving me the audience.
Thank you very much. I think they all deserve another clap. One of our ICT guys is come with us from Navrongo, and he will attest to the fact that I was not surprised when the first two presenters presented and then the claps were not loud. We will wake him up when we travel out. We can call him to polish our presentations and what have you. But when we come, we don't acknowledge that they really helped us. So this e-learning team, you would agree with me, during the pandemic, when we were hiding, they were busy trying to make sure that things work well for them. Thank you very much. So we'll give space for a few questions to them. Yeah. Who is helping us? Listen. Okay. Please raise your hands again so that he can locate you.
Thank you, and congrats to all the presenters. My question is to Dr. Kaba. You indicated that you use mixed methods approach for your study, but you didn't tell us the type of mixed method. I'm getting the impression that you rather use multi-design approach, just quantitative and qualitative. If it is mixed method, could you take us briefly through the approach you use? Thank you.
Yeah, you may be right. These are matters of semantics, because the word mix means you have combined a couple of approaches to doing your study. And of course, the literature would always vary on research methodologies. But essentially, what we did was we used qualitative and quantitative methods of data collection in the same evaluation process to evaluate the experiences of the students quantitatively. And then in terms of the IT staff, the lecturers, and then the senior management, we did that qualitatively. So yes, maybe the semantics, if you want to say multiple approaches, that is also accepted. But essentially, it was a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods of data collection. Oh, he's gone to the last person. He will come back to you then. Let's go ahead, Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much. The presenters, thanks so much for the education and the presentation. I think I have few questions on few concerns to raise. The first presenter, one with the IT directorate. I want to ask this, do you have a system in place to handle security attacks on these systems you have developed? If yes, can you briefly describe how that is handled for us? And then you, in one of your slides, you mentioned a number of challenges observed, and you gave most of them that users were not mentioned, that they were not, they didn't like about the system. Did you by any way conduct any research to understand the factors affecting the student and staff usage on this? I mean, sometimes when you conduct research to help you to understand why or which features of the system the students or staff are having challenges with, and that can help you to improve the system. And then the final lesson is, have you heard of Garnet? Garnet, yes. The last meeting I attended, I think Professor Japon, our Vice Chancellor, Uhas, was the chairman. And if you are part of that, that's good. I mean, Garnet simply means Ghana Academic and Research Network. And it's a network that has been created to collaborate, to bring academic institutions and research institutions to collaborate together in terms of sharing ideas and in IT and other resources. So if you are part of Garnet, that's nice. I wanted to recommend Garnet to Uhas. And the second presenter, you listening to some of the quotes from your respondents, you mentioned, I think we can clearly see that the students or users of these systems actually, I'm also a developer. Sometimes we developers try to force some features on the users. We tried, when we are developing systems, we try to mimic existing systems. And so we don't conduct research to understand, what the users will prefer. I can give an example. I won't mention the name of the institution. They have assignments. It's labeled on the learning system as deliverables. Deliverables is labeled as that's assignment. So when you get an assignment, they'll say you have some deliverables. Instead of labeling it on the system as assignments. So some of these things we copy them and we force these systems on the users. So I think that's all I have to continue. Thank you.
Okay, you can bring it back today. But I allowed Bernard to talk plenty because I thought most of us here cannot ask them many questions. But because he is in the field, maybe he will be able to make some.
Doctor, Kaba, I feel that when we say a study is mixed method, then one component of the study is actually influencing the other. So for instance, if you pick the exploratory sequential, then you are doing qualitative, and the results of the qualitative is going to influence the quantitative. If you're doing the sequential explanatory, vice versa, or you want to do the convergent. When you read the literature, the mixed methods proponents will want you to tell them the type of mixed method, not just doing quantitative and qualitative and say you are doing mixed methods. They are looking at where you are integrating data in terms of your results, in terms of data collection and all that. And that makes it mixed method. Otherwise, you are rather doing multi-design study. That is how I feel. And we may also want to go into the literature for further learning. Thank you.
I think that to be a lecture for all of us, not a question to him again. So I would not allow him to answer that.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start from the students' participation and the observations we made. Yes, most of the students, we conducted a research, and we found out that one, it's a new technology. And so most of them really do not understand how the whole thing was going to go. And comparing the age groups, the regular students, the sandwich students who are already working and others, you can see that the young ones were more interested because they were interested in tech. So they do not have as issues with it. I cannot quote the percentages now, but I remember we did the research. We have the document, just that I was concentrating on the technical bit, so I didn't bring in those stuff. So we identified that, yes, it was new. And that's why we even held stakeholder engagements. So after that, most of them began understanding how this tool was working, and they really actually accepted it. And you could see from one of the research outcomes that some of the students were like, oh, they were satisfied with the system. They really they were happy to have it enrolled, and they will embrace it. Again, the technical challenges like the cost of data that has been alluded to by our third presenter also featured paramountly. And so then that's when we went for the zero rating and others from the telcos, but now they've actually stopped it. So the whole thing is investment in technology, as my third speaker also spoke about. The university is growing, so, and IT is capital intensive. So most of the things we do are actually based on the things we receive from donors, and we are trying to actually, again, let me use my word, solving Uhas problem the Uhas way. So we do it with whatever we have to make sure it works. The question on security, you know, has three phases: the assurance that data is not modified, the assurance that it's available to the authorized users, and the assurance that is secret to only those that could always do whatever is expected to do. So far, we are in almost our second year, and we've never had any issue regarding security. Let me just share one of the things we do is we use a project called Cloudflare, so that though we are facing the internet, you don't hit us directly. We have the server local in our system, but you don't hit us directly. You hit the Cloudflare, we monitor before it gets to us. Other form of securing the system locally, we do maintenance, we do backup. We also do some perform most security practices, and that we are assured, or we are assuring our community of absolute security to our system. Garnet is synonymous to Uhas, to put it shortly, because Uhas has been, as you alluded to, our VC has been the former chair for Garnet, and we are part of Garnet. The last conference was held in June last year. I was there. The previous ones that were held, WACREN, which is a regional body of Garnet, we are also part. We've also received some donations from Garnet. We are contributing our annual levies
We are religious at that. And also, we also received some equipment from Garnet. Garnet is Uhas and Uhas is Garnet. Thank you.
Did you have a question to answer? Oh, no. So I would advise Bernard, tomorrow you have the whole day, you can engage them further discussion so that you take some good things home with us. Thank you very much, everybody, for paying attention to our presenters.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul Answer. Right. Patrick, okay. Oh, you stood in for him. Okay. Oh, let's acknowledge Dr. Patrick Answer as well. Okay, so you left the whole army here. Okay, that's the director of the Navrongo Research Center. Thank you. Thank you. So there are people still online. We acknowledge all of you. You want to ask? Please raise your hand and put your video on and ask your question.
Please, there is one question in the chat box, so let me read it out. It's about the e-learning platform. It's saying that when are we, that is postgraduate students of Binga School of Public Health, going to have access to the e-learning platform?
I'm sure that's what Mr. Kumar.
Thank you very much. I'm happy you've asked. I know SPH have presented some courses for us to upload. I'll contact my team because they are working on it for, I don't know the category, whether postgraduate students or undergrads, but whichever team is doing it, we are working on it. And I'll get back to you on that. Thank you. Please kindly put your contact there and I'll get my team to get back to you. Thank you very much.
So thank you. We acknowledge all of you, Dr. Joyce there, Vincent Asima, Chris, we have seen. Thank you for being part of it. I can't mention all of you. Thank you so much for being part of this. Just a quick announcement. From 5 p.m. This evening, is it already 5? There will be a live streaming of the inaugural lecture of our incoming Vice Chancellor, Professor Lydia Aziato from the University of Ghana. It will be live streamed here. And so if you want to watch that, you could stay behind. Prof. Japon says, we should stay. So MG says, we must stay. Let us stay and support her. Let's all be here, watch. I'm sure this is the first time a lot of you would have her speak. And so let's be here and watch her inaugural lecture from the University of Ghana. And it will be live here via power of technology. And tomorrow, we will start at the same time we have started today. I'm not sure if it should be the same time. We should start earlier. Prof will come and lay emphasis on that. So Prof will tell us the arrangement for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. He says we should start at the same time. Today we were late, so we don't want to start at the same time. We are supposed to start at 9. So if we can all get here at least at 8:45, then we can start on time. I noticed that our students who were here and their numbers are not here. I hope that tomorrow they'll be here from beginning to the end. But tomorrow promises to be very exciting. You've seen the posters, you've seen the exhibitions. We are going to be announcing the best exhibition. We are going to be announcing the best poster. We are going to be announcing the best oral presentation. So all our schools, please let your faculty and some of your students come and cheer your schools on. Last year it was SAS and they collected prizes. And this year they are bent on collecting another prize. But I hear there's a school that is bent on unseating SARS. So let's see how things will go tomorrow. Would also be acknowledging some of the people who have supported us a lot. So come tomorrow, don't disappear after a short while, stay to the end. I think I'm talking to the converted because you have stayed to the end and we really appreciate you very much. The issue about the inaugural lecture is very important. This is our incoming Vice Chancellor and she sent us the link because we could not go. She was supposed to come here to be with us, but she couldn't come because of this activity. So our colleagues from FAR, Navrongo, Kintampo, Dodoa, if you haven't heard an inaugural lecture before, this is special. You have to stay and listen to it. And all of us here, please let's stay and support our incoming Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And so on that note, we are bringing the curtains down on today's proceedings. Tomorrow, let us be here early, and so that we can wrap it all up early. Akpe, thank you once again. Shall we started with a prayer, so let us end with a prayer. Shall we pray? Our Lord, we thank you for your presence and your guidance throughout today's proceedings. And as we close, we ask for your presence to go with us. Go before us, that everything we will do from now until the end of the day and beyond will be to your glory, and wake us up tomorrow